sign. I'm determined. It's the only thing I've stood tough on the whole time.
Oh, you're killing me.
Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Villa Park City Council. I hereby call the meeting to order. Jared, would you please read the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Fasenelli.
Here.
Councilman Mills.
Here.
Councilman Pauly.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Burnett.
Present?
Mayor Reese.
Here. Thank you very much. Today I'd like to ask Rhonda Walsh if she'd lead us in the flag salute, please.
All right. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rhonda. At this time, I would like to ask all of those in the audience to please silence your cell phones or turn them off if possible. The Villa Park City Council and staff welcomes you to this meeting, and we encourage your participation. If you wish to speak on an item contained on the agenda, please approach the podium at the time the item is being considered. After I recognize you, state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. Speakers will be limited to a time period of 3 minutes in most cases. If you wish to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, please do so during the period listed for oral communications. All right, our first presentation is an update from the Villa Park Community Services Foundation. Rhonda, up again.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Rhonda Walsh. I am the Vice Chair of the Villa Park Community Services Foundation. For those of you who don't know about the Villa Park Community Services Foundation, we're an organization, a 501c3 nonprofit. We work hand in hand with the city, and we seek to benefit those people who live, work, and play in Villa Park through cultural, historical, educational, and community activities and support. This is the first time I've addressed the council in its newest form, so hello, I'm glad to be here today. The foundation has had a very exciting summer. We have had 2 very successful movie nights in our community where we've had free movies so people can come to Serrano Elementary School and watch the movies. We also have had, for the second time, a concert in Villa Park. This was something that we did this summer after having some success with the one that we had during our 50th anniversary celebrations last summer. And thanks to the leadership of Joe Kulai, that was a very successful event and something that we're hoping will be an annual event. As far as our business efforts go, we are happy to report that we are working toward fiscal transparency. For the first time in the 12 years of the foundation's existence, we are going to be having a full audit, and so we're working, our treasurer, Bill Nelson, who's here today, is working hard on coordinating those efforts for us. And we'll also want you to keep an eye out for a social activity. It's something that the foundation wants to do for its members, where we have a chance to meet and have some time together and get a chance to do something that we really haven't done before. We'll really just sort of mix. And the other types of events that we normally have, of course, are great opportunities for the community to get together, but this is something that's a little bit different that we're trying just to make it a little more casual. And as far as the events that we typically have, the next one that's coming up for us is the Halloween Fest, and that'll be here in the town center on October 30th. So you'll start seeing some notices for that event that's coming up that Julia Peterson will be coordinating yet again. So that's basically what's going on with the foundation, but I'm glad to be here, and thank you very much. And if there's anything else I can answer, I'll be glad to do that, but otherwise, I'm just glad to be here and report. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Great job. Fun events lately, too.
I think so.
I'd like to commend Bill Nelson.
Yeah.
I think Bill was the one that initially suggested that audit. And Bill's the treasurer, and I just thought it was very commendable for somebody in that position to be so ethical that they suggested an audit when they're in that capacity. So
I agree. Thank you, Bill. Okay, our next presentation is an update from the Orange County Fire Authority. Mr. Battalion Chief, would you please step to the podium?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Steve Pardue. I'm a Battalion Chief with the Orange County Fire Authority. And in place of our normal update, I brought a drowning prevention video, or actually it's a PowerPoint that I'd like to present as part of a rollout that we're in the process of throughout the county. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but earlier this month there was a bathtub-related drowning here in the city. It was a near drowning. The good news is it was a non-fatal outcome. But the reality of it is these things do occur in all jurisdictions we serve. So I want to take the chance to direct your attention to the video screen and talk about our drowning prevention through awareness and education. As you probably know, California does lead the nation in drownings. It's the #1 cause of death in children under the age of 5. The reality of it is that over half of the drowning-related incidents are children, but actually 80% of the fatalities are in adults. So this goes across the age barriers, and it's an awareness level that we need to increase throughout our jurisdiction. These are the latest numbers we have for the year. As of today, we have total drowning incidents of 45 so far this year, 29 of them involving children, 16 involving adults. To bear those numbers out, again, like we spoke of, all 16 of the adult-involved drownings were fatal outcomes. What that tells us is a lot of people are having medical problems while they're in the water. And so it brings up the point to always swim with a buddy. It's not just for children to be watched, but we as adults owe our loved ones and our family to take that responsibility as well. As you can see, all of these pictures here that were selected because each of the incidents we've had this year involved something that we would consider typically innocuous. The toilet seat being left open in the house can be attractive to children, and again, it takes very little time for somebody to get in trouble. You see the bathtub in the lower right-hand corner there. Even a bucket can be dangerous under the right circumstances. In the community pools, the most recent fatality that I was involved in was August 17th. We had a fatality involving a 4-year-old down in the city of Tustin in a community pool at an apartment complex with basically a large number of adults around. And it would seem that next to impossible for this to occur, but yet we see it throughout our jurisdiction regularly. So we're asking people to pay attention, learn the ABCs of pool safety, and join us in a partnership to help prevent these tragedies. And what the ABCs stand for is active adult supervision. There's no substitute for that. So we ask that people would designate a water watcher, never leaving their children alone or unattended near or where they could have access to the pool, not relying on flotation devices, and always remember that there is no substitute for adequate adult supervision for the kids. The B stands for barriers. These are all code enforced things, but over time people alter their yards, and we ask that people would use multiple layers of protection, including the covers, alarms, gates. The doors of these barriers should be self-closing, and it should be built at least 5 feet tall of a non-climbable fence. And then remember to inspect those regularly and keep up on the maintenance of those items. And then, of course, the C stands for classes. And it's really about educating ourselves and our community members. Learning CPR, again, watching the water and designating someone, having the discipline to do that, and teaching the children to swim and become pool safe still doesn't make them pool proof, but it'll help increase their chances when they do find themselves in trouble. So we ask everyone to join us in that partnership. And then I have a short video just to kind of bring it home. This is an actual 911 call, if you can hear the audio.
I'm just like you. My kids took swim lessons. We have a gate around our pool. I keep an eye on them when they're swimming. But I'm also reading my magazine or looking at my phone. But seriously, I thought I had it covered. In my mind, they were safe, no question. We always think, well, that won't happen to me. We really don't pay attention to the warnings until it gets close to home, until it affects a neighbor, a friend, or a loved one. Well, my son drowned and almost died, and I was completely unaware, just sitting in the other room. I had no idea it was happening. Please don't let my mistake be yours. We've never met, but you do know me. I'm your neighbor, I'm your friend, I'm your loved one. And it happened to me. Let this be the wake-up call I didn't get. For the sake of the children, please watch the water.
And in conclusion, I would just direct everyone to our website for more information. Like I said, we're rolling out a new program with some new materials that will be available through our public information office. And we'd be more than happy to help anybody with a community program or anything else you'd like to undertake to help make people safer around the water. And I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
I always thought drowning was synonymous with death. What's the definition? You can drown and still not...
There's near drownings, but it can be classified as a drowning. Actually, what we call it is a water immersion incident, which is a fancy term for obviously something going under the water. And in that case, there's a statistic that the children that survive are typically found with less than 2 minutes into the incident. And we all know that brain death occurs within 4 to 6 minutes after breathing is stopped. So time is very critical. And of the fatal outcomes, over 80% of them, the children were unaccounted for 10 minutes or more. So you can see how important it is to have somebody, not only actively watching, but as soon as there's a problem, to start searching. But yeah, there are near drownings that people do survive, and that's where the children quite often have that, I'd call it the benefit of being young, that they're revivable. But as you see, the adult numbers are skewed so far to the fatality side that it points to the fact that they're having medical issues and they're typically alone and they're discovered late. Does that clear it up a little bit?
No, yeah, my question was simple. I always thought if you drown, you died. That was just I never seen this survive drowning. That's all I was curious about, just the term itself.
Right, it can be confusing, I agree. Can I answer anything else?
I just wanted to add on, I think it's a great reminder. I think it was maybe about 10 years ago when little Anya their family came home from the grocery store and she just got out, 2 or 3 years old, just ran off. And that was tragic for the whole community and the family. So I think it's a great reminder. I want to change the subject a little bit. I don't know if it'll be September or October that our new fireworks ordinance calls for us to actually formally assess the success of our recent test period of selling fireworks. But I would ask that some of the data that was preliminarily being collected and was preliminarily presented to us last month be fully provided and prepared so that staff can include that so for the whole county, not just for Villa Park, because we are part of a larger, organism here, if you will, and we're very small, kind of stuck in the middle of all of that. So I'm just asking that be completed.
I'll make sure that happens.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
And for the benefit of the community out there, we'll be discussing fireworks at our October meeting.
It will be October. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you.
On the fireworks issue, though, the county does not allow for fireworks, does it? Only Villa Park does.
Yeah, you can come up at public comment, sir, in a moment. In public comment, you can come up in a moment and tell us that. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Our next is going to be our monthly update on law enforcement. Lieutenant Gunzel, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. This month, actually, July, there was 8 Part 1 crimes reported. And though that seems like a lot, I'd like to break them down if I can, and not to downplay any of them. They're all important. We had 2 reported attempted burglaries. One of the victims found a lock on his door loose and found that suspicious, reported as an attempted burglary. And then one where someone tried to pry a rear garage door open and did not make entry. So those 2 are the attempts. We had 2 burglaries, one from an unlocked residence and one from a residence where the suspect removed glass slats and gained entry. One grand theft, which was a Time Warner cable box, which was outside. They take the receivers or something. I understand those things are no good to anybody, but that's what was reported. One petty theft where someone, the victim left a purse at a party and wasn't able to find it. And then 2 acts of vandalism where someone had punctured tires and another call for graffiti. So 8 is more than I like, but some of them are explainable, I guess. But yeah, hopefully August is looking a little more slower. So, short report tonight. I don't have anything else. Does anybody have any questions for me? I don't have any, Mr. Barnett. I know that you had asked for arrests. I've been out of the office, and the investigator for Villa Park is not in, so I wasn't able to get any stats.
So we don't know how many we solved in July.
No, I don't. I don't have that.
Lieutenant Gunzel, I was on vacation for a week, and I did go on the website and use the vacation check, and I just wanted to thank you and your deputies for doing a great job. It worked out wonderful, and a very neat program. First time I was able to use it.
Yeah,
Recommend all people that go on vacation to use that program.
That program's working really well.
Yeah,
So
thank you. Any other comments for Lieutenant Gunzel?
I wanted to thank him for providing a one-page sheet on how shift changes occur. We just got this as a late pass-out, so I'll have to look it over. I did have some concerns that I wanted to discuss with you, because I was contacted by a resident. Apparently, there have been some issues on a street that we're kind of watching anyway there at the end of Laconia. Apparently, there was a burglary of a home that's for sale there. They broke in and took the stovetop. There have been a lot of activities with cars coming and going at all hours of the day and night. And of course, everybody's very much on edge after the dual burglary in the Orange Park Acres area, and that has a lot of people concerned about what's happening in their own neighborhoods with cars being parked, feeling like they shouldn't call, that they shouldn't call the sheriff, that they're troubling them with something, and maybe getting brushed off when they call dispatch. And so I'm wondering, if you could give our residents some assurance that their calls should be taken seriously.
Absolutely. And I would say call on everything. And when I was a deputy in the field, a lot of people had that comment that I didn't want to bother you. It's not a bother. We're out, looking for, criminals and things of that nature. If we get a phone call, that's great. Now, do understand, if you call dispatch and it's, for instance, a vehicle that is parked illegally, they prioritize, we discussed before, that's likely to come as a priority 4 or priority 3, and they will, get to that call when they get to it. So I hope when people do call, but don't, in 5 minutes, where's the deputy? Depends on what he's doing with the dispatch, how busy they are up there, because they do dispatch to the entire north end of the county. And Yorba Linda has added a substantial amount of calls to our service, and yeah, definitely call though. And to the house you're speaking of, Jared did put out an email that I sent out to all the units to make sure, particularly at night, that they go. And I know day shift, Deputy Muir goes over there all the time.
Yes.
And I talked to him about it, and he is on top of it. But to get the night guys to go do the same as what the day shift guys are doing. So it did get out to the troops.
Well, and another issue that was by the same resident, because we interfaced, I spoke with her at length about her concerns, and I said, you have to call, and she did, and someone came, but just last Wednesday Tuesday morning on August 20th, very early in the morning, someone was out rummaging through the trash of everyone along that cul-de-sac, with identity theft. This should be a real concern. So I don't know if you're seeing this. There are a lot of pressures going on right now, and with the realignment that's taking place, and a lot of what people who actually should remain incarcerated being forced to be released. I don't know if we're seeing an upward trend, but we need to get a handle on this as a community. We need to pay attention, and we can't just let small things go anymore. That would be my message there. But I'd like to talk a little bit more with you offline about this particular situation, and also, how these shift changes are occurring, if that's
Absolutely.
possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever it's convenient for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Lieutenant Gunzel. Okay, now we move to the time for oral communications on matters that are not otherwise appearing on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of the City Council. If you wish to address the City Council, please step up to the podium, state your name and address. Oral communications will be limited to 3 minutes for individual speakers. Do we have any speakers tonight? Sir, would you like to come up and speak about that one issue, or? No? Okay.
The issue with
Yeah.
Pat Petros, Southern California Edison. It actually finally got hot outside, so I don't feel like I'm wasting your time by coming up and saying, please give your appliances the afternoon off. I know you get tired of hearing it, I know you hear it on the radio and you see it on the TV, but we did finally start to get some hot weather, so I just wanted as a reminder, please, to be careful. Use your air conditioning wisely. I know it's very hard when it's humid like this to tell you to turn it off or to even turn it to 78, but please be as wise as you possibly can without causing too much uncomfortableness for your family. We are still very concerned about making sure we have enough power for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Anyone else? Mr. Brown, I saw some rumbling out there.
trying to get the speakers on.
Oh, okay.
We're working.
We got them turned up a little bit? Does it sound a little better?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Let's continue on. We're going to now move to public hearings. This will be our first hearing tonight. It was continued from our June meeting, and it is to consider conditional use permits for Chase Bank at 17771 Santiago Boulevard. Jennifer, do you have a report, please?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, the item before you, as you've stated, is the conditional use permit to consider the Chase Bank. As you will recall, this was before you in June. And at that time, we had an application in place that was for the bank and a drive-through facility for the ATMs as well. And we can go to the next slide. Since that time, we've worked with Chase Bank, given some of the consideration that council asked them to take to their site plan and also to the distribution of uses here on the property. And as you can see in the new site plan, Chase has come back with an application that includes about 1,500 square feet of retail space on our corner, and that's going to be to the kind of the, oh, that's lovely, thank you, to the far right on the screen there. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. This shows the floor plan of the bank itself, and while we don't get into how the bank operates, it was just important for Chase to show you how they're distributing their use and how that affected the future retail space. They really did reduce the size of their bank and how they'll be using that space, which is unique for their operations in order to accommodate the future retail space that the council has requested. This slide shows the elevations. You can see that they have modified their design just a little bit further. They've worked with staff to include some of the overhang features that we have seen here on City Hall, as well as what Rockwell's has incorporated on their patio area. So they really have taken cues from the new building facade treatments in the town center and added those. Also, the banding really helps to bring out the elevations. They've got tower elements as well that mimic, again, the new facade treatments that we see throughout the center. On these elevations, you can see the drive-through and the walk-up ATMs. And then this gives you an overall perspective from the corner. The thing that staff is really excited about, this new opportunity for the community, is the siting of the new building really takes the building out of the corner feature for our town center opening up the appearance of our town center from the street. It really gives more of a park-like setting, which we feel is very conducive to Villa Park. There's going to be ample landscaping, and while this is just a drawing, we have a condition in place that they'll work with us on what kind of actual landscaping will be installed, but we get great ground cover, good shrubs, colorful plants, as well as trees that will help soften that appearance. The other side effect of opening up that corner is really giving more visual cue to the other tenants that are in the center as well. Right now, with the building right up against the street, it really does block the view into the center, so you miss out on what's going on if you're walking by or driving by. So we really think that this is a good improvement to the corner. And then we did ask for a new rendering to show how the retail space and the banking facility will kind of look from the interior of the center. And Chase has also worked with us on helping to really activate this side of the center as well. They've stepped back the building. You can see on the far left side of this image an outdoor patio area. We don't know what the tenant will be in the retail space, but we felt that no matter who is the tenant, it would be nice to see some outdoor seating capabilities or just an outdoor space that would really help people be able to enjoy the center. Even if you're just going to take a withdrawal, then you could have a seat and enjoy our town center. So we're excited about some of the changes that they're making there as well. With that, we would recommend that you open the public hearing. We're happy to answer any questions, but we are recommending this evening the approval of all three of the conditional use permits. That's for the banking facility, the drive-through capability, and the ATMs operating at 24 hours. Happy to answer any questions. I do know the applicant and the architect are in the audience. They've got the larger images for you to look at as well, and any questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Jennifer. Council members, do you have any questions of staff, or would you like me to open up to public first?
Well, what I'd like to say is the CDC did meet, which includes Greg Mills and I, and we had the architects as well as Chase Bank and one of the owners come and explain everything they did. I have to commend the work of our staff as well as Chase Bank in accommodating our many requests, quite frankly. We've gone back and forth, and I think I was very surprised at what they came back with, to be honest with you. They worked very hard. It may not be perfect, but they worked very hard to accommodate what our residents have asked for, which was some retail space, a little open area, don't know what that's going to be, something that opens up to the town center so that it feels homey. And in addition, they accommodated requests from council to open up the town center out to Santiago and to Wanda. And we now have a walkway where people, when they walk on Wanda, will be able to enter the center from the corner, which is very nice. As to what will be put in the retail center, it will be retail. We'll have some sales tax revenue. Don't know how much, but it won't be zero. And that also, you know, is very thankful that you did that. We were pleased with the drawings. I certainly hope that the council sees it that way and that the public sees it that way. And I just wanted to add that.
Great, thank you, Deanna. Any other comments before we go to the public?
I have two questions. I am very pleased with what I'm seeing, but I have a couple questions. One of them, we just keep saying retail, and often when we're talking, we say retail and restaurant. So I want to be clear, is this then just retail, or are we talking retail or restaurant?
So if you'll recall back to our CN zone, we have a general retail category, and that would be any and all of the uses that are included in the permitted list. If there was something that were on the conditionally permitted list, then they'd be back before you, but restaurant or any of those general categories of retail would be included.
Thank you. I wanted to be clear on that. And I see that there are 2 walk-up ATMs that'll be open 24 hours a day and a drive-through ATM. I can see the 2 walk-ups. I'm having issues with understanding exactly where the drive-through ATM is. Help me.
I'm sure the applicant will want to discuss how their operations work better, but you can see on the elevation behind you here on the east side, the drive-through ATM.
Okay. Okay.
Sandwich, it's the side facing Wells Fargo.
Okay, very good. It's then would be on the retail side, where the
Correct.
retail space is. That's why I was somewhat confused, because I assumed that 1,500 square feet, well, however they work it out is fine. I just wanted to understand it.
And we do have a condition in place that ensures that 1,500 square feet is maintained as retail space.
I see that. I circled it. Thank you.
Any other quick comments before we open up to the public? Okay. Is there anyone here to speak at this hearing in the public? If so, please come to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Chip Williams. I am with Gensler. We're the architect for Chase. Thank you for having us back again. A lot of the information which I was prepared to clarify, you guys have already talked about, and Jennifer did a great job of explaining the changes and things that have happened. So I did want to point out that it is our intent to take the utilities from the street and underground those. As you are probably familiar, there's a big concrete block corner there, which that would all come out. So we'll be working with the utility companies to make sure that they're in agreement with that. It ideally is up to them in the end, but that is the plan at this point. We were able to incorporate the retail space. Then to answer your question, it is a remote drive-through, so it's like an island. It's not a manned or a person there, so it can be against the retail without, being directly adjacent to the bank. So, and it is tucked in nicely there, so there's landscaping on the side, so hopefully screening of the cars and such would be.
But people would be able to sit in their car and actually...
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
It's an
understand.
ATM machine, and there is also a vacuum tube that's out there.
Oh,
so.
okay, thank you.
Some other enhancements that we were able to do, we've sort of realigned some driveways, and we've eliminated one parking stall where it was right on the corner and was a little difficult. So that was all part of working with the staff and some changes there. I think, everyone seems to be very happy with the changes that we've made, and I would, hope that we can see that move forward. So any questions, I'm happy to answer. I do have larger boards with the renderings if anyone wants to see those.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
I notice here, you've got the Villa Park sign and the display board, which frankly remains a hot button for me.
Yeah.
And this one, it's not here.
Yeah.
Which way is it? Because that, to me, I'll discuss it later when we get to it, I guess, but to me, that's almost a deal breaker for my vote.
Okay.
Where are we at?
We did not have that in previous meetings and presentations to you. I believe at the June council meeting, that was something that was one of the items that wanted to be seen. So we went back and added it as you see it there. That rendering was then taken, and we were meeting with the staff, but in future meetings with the staff, we were asked to take it off again. So that's why that rendering right there is actually one rendition back. And so this is the current rendering as it exists. And I don't know where we stand on the sign, but...
Could I ask who requested that it be removed?
I did, actually, at the CDC, and we agreed upon that at several CDC meetings, that the continuity of this sign with the other signs in town should remain unelectronic, except it's be lit up. Yeah.
So it's not an issue with Chase or the landlord, it's
No.
an issue amongst our council members?
Yeah.
Okay. then we'll
Mr.
do
Mayor?
that here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I might direct you to special condition number 7. Final signs will be reviewed and approved by the Planning and Building Department as well. So we felt because that's not a subject to a conditional use permit, that wouldn't hold up the discussion tonight or their ability to either be approved or continued or denied, depending on the council's decision. But the final review of the plans, or the sign plans themselves, would come back to staff.
But that raises an interesting question. If we do go with a reader board, if that ends up being what shakes out, because it is someone else's property and someone else's business, how does the city go about retaining control of the content if there is a reader board? And should that be written in some fashion?
It's part of why the condition was written the way that it was, so that it's very general in nature. It allows us, we believe, to have that kind of review and control in how we execute that. And obviously, the decision on the reader board will be a policy decision that will be made by the council at whatever date that's determined to be had.
Or if you wanted to make that decision tonight and direct us,
I don't
tell
think
us.
we should. Let's not muddy the water. But I would like to strengthen, I think that we should, for the future, strengthen that position in some fashion. I don't know how, I'm not proposing how, but just in case it ends up being the way things go.
Deborah, if I can add, what occurred in the meeting is that Chase offered to pay for the sign as it exists on that drawing right there, which is the existing signs that we have right now.
Yes.
As far as a reader board, the cost would triple. And that's not a cost that, at this time, that they're willing to bear. And that was a discussion that we had.
That makes sense to me, but
Okay.
it doesn't mean that we could not at some point negotiate and then we fund it or the foundation fund it. If it's something that we choose, they wouldn't have to fund that. That would be something we'd say, okay, well, you're willing to fund $22,000, we'll figure out how we can come up with the other 50 if need be. I mean, it doesn't
Correct.
mean that it's out the door.
No.
I hear what you're saying,
Yeah,
and
no.
I thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Can I ask, we're talking about, what, a $30,000, what an additional cost for the reader, for the display?
The cost they gave me was an estimated $80,000 for a reader board. That's an estimation. And we didn't go into detail in it because in that meeting, we were in agreement, the committee was in an agreement that the boards that we put along the city were going to be the same. We wanted continuity within the city. We didn't want a different sign on every corner. So that's the direction in which the meeting was going. Doesn't mean the council is going to vote on it, but that's the direction that the committee is going, having the signs have continuity.
There was also another slight issue of staff time that would take to manage all the different messages, different people, different organizations wanting to have their signs rolling through on this reader board. And we thought it was much simpler, and quite frankly, we think it's a little classier to have it just the sign. But we do understand there's a lot of support for the reader board. We do understand that. But the main thing is the continuity of the signs throughout town.
I don't think we should make that be an issue at all tonight. I just want to ensure that whatever we pass allows us for the flexibility if that's where we end up going. That's all I'm saying. But I don't even think it should be. I just want to ensure that whatever's written in here, and I'm not sure that that provides for that. And I'm just not sure that 7 under the special conditions gives us all the flexibility. Yes, Mr. Litvin.
It's an odd tone.
That was
Well, we see, once we figure out which way you're going to go, we'll write it to reflect, to either give staff the options one way or the other, depending upon whatever factors you want, or if you want that issue brought back to the council for future decision, we can do that. I mean, however you tell us to do it, we can craft that condition.
Thank you, Mr. Litvin.
Thanks, Todd.
I frankly, I have a different view of this. I would like to see this addressed, because I think this is a now or never deal. I don't see this sign being changed. I don't think the numbers that I heard make sense, because I was involved in evaluation of this previously, and the numbers were nowhere near that cost for the reader board expansion. And frankly, from my perspective, and I will commend Chase and the lessor in this. I know you've run a tough road. You've made changes, and you've done an excellent job. I think you've done an outstanding job, a lot of effort, very cooperative, very nice design. So I really don't have anything bad to say. I think it's unfortunate the gas station is gone. I don't really think we need another bank. We've been through this 100 times. I'm not going to rehash it. But that said, beyond that, you guys have done an excellent job, a lot of effort, a lot of patience, a lot of work. So I kind of commend you, and I sympathize for what you've gone through. And I don't mean to tie you up in this so much, but from my perspective, I remember when the grocery store made that sign available for the community. And it was a small town environment. It was just very nice. I'd drive by there in the evening, and it would say, "Happy 60th anniversary, Grandpa," "Happy Sweet 16, Sally." I mean, it really was something that stood out and made this community kind of unique. And when that left, I was really sad. I do a program on Thanksgiving in conjunction with Rotary, where we bring Marines in for Thanksgiving. Welcome home, happy Thanksgiving, Marines. We still kind of get that, but it's gone, and I don't think it's going to come back except for this board. So that's become a significant issue for me, and from my perspective, council, you let me know if I'm stepping out of line, but if I'm going to make the concessions on this issue, I want that in there. Now, I understand if it's a council issue, it creates a problem, and it's kind of not a deal with a bank, and you're stuck in this mess again. But it seems to me this is kind of a now or never deal. This is going to go up as part of this project, and this issue needs to be decided. So from my perspective, I think it's an issue that needs to be resolved now, and we need to move forward, and it's kind of a hot button for me. It's been the one thing I've stood on because I think it makes a significant difference to the community. I understand there's issues, but I've discussed those issues for a long time with a lot of people and staff, and those issues don't present huge problems from what I can see. So this is going to be a significant issue for me. So I have a different position than Deborah does on this.
Well, let me make a few comments on that myself. I agree with you, Rick. I liked the Ralph sign. I thought it made our little community very special, and it had a lot of times important information up there, and a lot of times it had birthday information up there, but it's all good. Understand, Greg, what you mentioned about maintaining it. Someone has to, update it. It could be done wirelessly from here. I imagine we could, I would have to figure out how to do that, but I don't think that's a showstopper, how to maintain it. I really don't think, it's not like you got to go out there with a USB stick and plug it in every morning to get new information up. I mean, there are ways to do it. As far as the cost goes, it certainly isn't $50,000 for the sign as we saw it on there. I agree with Rick that it kind of is a now or never. If we agree on this sign, then we're going to get that sign built. I mean, I don't know. You also mentioned, Greg, you want them all to look the same, and I understand that. I still think this does look the same, even though it would have a reader board. I think this is the paramount sign in the city. It's our town center, and I think it would look good to have the reader board there, and I like the information on it myself. So I would like to see it addressed tonight as well. So we're not asking you to address that right now. I'm just making some comments in general. So basically, we're doing a few comments here, and we're ready to take some more speakers, I imagine.
All right. Thank you.
And we'll talk more.
If I may, in the meantime, rather than discussing the sign, if maybe we can get Chase to agree to fund $25,000, because that's the cost of the sign without the electronic board, we can bring it back. I can get some hard costs. Unfortunately, we just don't want it to look cheap, like a light bright.
Yeah,
so
of course.
That's where $50,000.
It's got to be legible, and it's got to look decent, obviously.
Which is why I think the answer is to strengthen whatever we write, and then just leave it to be dealt with later so that we can move on with this, move forward with this, and deal with it later on. We don't even have all of the information, cost factors, before us. I just think that we've held this up long enough, and we've gotten an awful lot. Anyway.
Let's take our next.
I think we can, frankly, we could provide, in order to deal with Chase, we could provide a budget figure to allocate toward that as a not-to-exceed figure, and if it did exceed that figure, we could deal with the city funding.
That's an option.
Or whatever. But I want to see it addressed. I've caved on this issue. We talked about these reader boards at other locations, particularly at San Diego and Catella, and there was some opposition to that there, and I acceded to it because I thought that it would be fine to have just a regular sign. There were downsides to it, so I acceded to that, but I've always hung tough for this, and I don't intend to cave at this point, so that's my position.
Okay, let's take our next speaker.
Thank you. Bill McAloney, 18916 Valley Drive, Villa Park. A couple of things on this issue since I was on the council and did do some work on this. I'd like to thank a couple of people on the dais, Deanna and Greg. I think you do a terrific job in controlling what we're doing, how we're doing it, looking at costs, and a lot of things that we probably never have in the past. So I just enjoy your comments on whether I watch it on the television or come here in person. I haven't missed it. I've been gone about 8 months, so I'm glad that a couple people are up there that like to talk. My question on the property is, how big is the bank going to be? How many square feet?
3,700 basically, isn't it?
35.
About 3,500 square feet.
3,500. And how much room do you have left for retail space?
1544, I think.
1522.
22.
So it's very small then. Okay. Yeah, 'cause my contention was always to try and achieve as much sales tax as we can, which we've done a poor job in the center since the conditions of the center have improved, but I don't see the sales tax improving along with it. I don't see that volume of business that we should be doing. And what type of business would you put in this 1522? What are you thinking of?
What was discussed in the meeting was the ideal tenant would be like an ice cream shop or a yogurt shop of some sort. That's the ideal tenant, but they don't have anybody at this particular point, with the lease, but that's what they'd like to see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, and I didn't want to tie up a lot of your time, but I knew I had worked on the project. How many square feet on that piece of property that was there with the gas station?
3,000?
Jennifer, do you have that?
Sorry? 32,000.
32,000.
32,000, okay. So it looks like we didn't get a lot of retail space out of that. Is that because of traffic, or?
Actually, the space is about the equivalent of our other suites here in the center. So Chase was working with what they could do to still maintain their operational needs and then allow us to have retail space as well. And then we do have consideration for drive-through queuing and parking and ADA requirements and setbacks. And
So that took up a lot of the...
it does take up quite a bit of the space.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bill.
Next.
My name is James Brown. I live at 18552 Mendocino Circle. I've been in Villa Park 42 years, and I've seen this center grow from half the parking lot being grass or weeds and to what it is today. And I think everyone knows I've been quite an individual that's been against having a fourth bank in Villa Park, which is quite concentrated. I think, which I've told the designer over here, that he's done an excellent job. At least he moved it from the corner and opened it up, and I think it's a gross improvement over what they had before. However, I still have a position to think that Villa Park doesn't need a fourth bank. But it looks like the city council has had meetings and pretty much made up a lot of their minds, so not a lot of discussion left. But I'd like to say one thing to the council, because there was an awful lot of effort to try to retain the service center and auto service center and try to not have a fourth bank in Villa Park. And if we do, this is a nice looking facade. I'd like to say that the city council was elected by the people and for the people. We all know that, and I think all of you kind of took that oath. And I think you found in the beginning and all through this process that most of the people that presented themselves here were against having a fourth bank. They wanted to retain a auto service center, and it looks like the owners have done an excellent job of putting that into position where the service center is totally inoperative at this date. But I believe most of the people in Villa Park would still like to see something either, if it's not going to have an auto service center, have more retail involved in this area. And it would seem to me that, I know that Chase is probably worried about parking and all this, but I find people park all over this parking lot. And I would think that with 30-some thousand square feet in that area, that if you're going to have a bank and we're going to have one little spot, which is a concession to the city, there should be room for, I think, a little more retail centers in there. I mean, more than one. But with all that said, and I'm not going to give a lot of argument against this because it looks like there's been a lot of discussion on this and things have gone. I still think the people would prefer to still have something besides four banks. And I beg you to consider that because you are elected officials of the people. And I would like to also, in regards to the sign that Rick was discussing there, I'm not against some kind of reader board, but I think it's somewhat of a wrong place. And I'm not trying to play sheriff, but I'd like to ask him to say something about it. you've got basically three streets coming together there at a stop sign. And a reader board reading, and I assume that reader board's going to be doing this kind of reading where it moves across, and people are going to be distracted. I mean, I'm thinking of the safety feature on a reader board. You know, the sign is great. You know, when Ralph's had theirs, it was up high and it was off to the side. And right now, because of the freeway stuff, we get major traffic up and down San Diego through Wanda there. And I would like to see what percent of distraction that would do to people, because just looking at your cell phone is, for 1 second, is too much distraction. So I think that the reader board could be put in a different position or a different place or higher or whatever. And nothing wrong with having a reader board to say hi grandpa or welcome aboard, but I would like to think that if we're going to have a reader board in that position, it would be a safety feature. But if we put it somewhere else, I would like to think, if I was one of the people that have a business here and we're going to have a reader board, I would want a little bit of advertising of some of the retail stores here in there, not just some of the little stings, but I think it would be good to have the advertising for that to be considered. But I think personally, from a safety, and you see kids, I come down there all the time picking up my grandkids from the various schools around here, and the kids that are coming down from Villa Park and all, they're not even watching. They're texting and on their cell phone, and they've stepped out many times. And so if people are distracted for that 1 or 2 seconds, I would like to have a comment in regards to the safety aspect of something like that on this busy corner, because 2 or 3 times a day, that corner has got thousands of cars going through there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
You know, Jim, you just gave me an idea. I'm thinking that having that there may cause them to look up from their cell phones when they're texting and look out the window to see what's on the board, and then maybe they'll see the traffic instead of texting on their phone through the intersection. Just a thought.
Interesting. All right, next, Terry.
Hello. Terry Almendorf, 10291 Camden Circle. It is, I appreciate the fact that Chase has tried to work with us, but people have to understand that watching Phil's station leave is ripping a lot of our hearts out. It is a part of this community. It is part of our history. It should have been made a historical landmark. And if you knew Phil, he was one of the finest men who ever drew breath. And every time we look at that, I know bankers probably don't think about this stuff, sorry, but we know how tough bankers are, you know? But Phil was the finest man I ever met, and he did so much for this community, and that gas station is a major part of our heart. And ripping it out, you're ripping out our heart. And I was here last month, and I mentioned to you that there was a time when a city council stopped the Catholic Church from coming in here because it would not bring revenue to our city. We have 4 schools. How many collective acres are taken up by Orange Unified School District in this city from which we get no revenue? And now you're bringing in a 4th bank, and they're putting in a little store. Thank you. That's nice. I know you've made the effort. But this is a small town. We don't need a 4th bank. A service station is fine. I know they tore out the tanks, but that doesn't, you know me, I'm hardcore. There's always another day, and we could put tanks back in there if we wanted them back in there. But we're a small town, and that gas station meant an awful lot to us. And if you let this bank come in, then someone else is going to come in, council, and say, well, you know, we don't give any revenue to the city, but you let Chase come in, and you've got to think of the future. This city is taken up, has a lot of space taken up that brings us no revenue. But thank you for listening.
Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll bring it back up to council. Any other comments on this item?
Well, there's going to have to be some comments, I guess, or we're not going to know how to
Okay.
move.
Yeah, right.
Well, you going to go?
I have,
Go.
yeah, I mean, I have an alternate suggestion. I'd really like to get this sign thing done because I think it's a significant issue. an alternative to consider, I don't know how I'd even vote on myself, but would be to see about having Chase commit some level of funding for that display sign, agree to allow the city to put up a display sign there and to be responsible for dealing with it in content, and that would probably get Chase out of the circle to leave a fight amongst council members.
Which I think is what we should be doing. That was the original intention. So I don't know how we change, or add under 7 special conditions, but we just don't have enough information before us to even fight this battle. And and Mr. Brown is absolutely right, we discussed this earlier on, we need to have a firm policy in place about how that reader board will be used, who will have priority, and we don't have any of that mapped out either.
But don't we need to decide?
We need that to put the display in, let's be realistic.
Well, we have to start, if there's even going to be
Why
a
in the world
display.
would you put the point I'm saying is, we're having a fight right now about this. Let's don't fight about this. Let's go ahead and just be sure that whatever we're passing tonight allows us the flexibility, and then we can duke it out later. That's what I think needs to happen.
I'm personally not one to like to put things off, and I'm not sure, and this has had a lot of thought. We've been playing with these signs for a year probably.
But I think the point here is whether the bank what's come before us is a conditional use permit for the banks.
Absolutely.
That's what's before us now. What we're talking about is a design feature that's going to have to come back to us regardless.
Absolutely.
Obviously, it's contentious up here. But that's not what's before us now.
I absolutely agree with you. They have come a very long way, and this has been emotional and very difficult. We are really balancing a lot of things up here as a council. We're balancing the private property rights of the property owner. We're balancing the desires of the community. We're balancing the needs of our town center and keeping with, our overarching goal to make sure that we have a variety of retail and the variety that we wanted to ensure that we had. I think this is lovely. I think it's really going to add to our community. I was pleased to see that the amount of space that they gave for retail or restaurant use was a full suite size of what we normally would expect in our town center. I was pleased that they were only required to have 25 parking spaces and are providing us with 32. I was extremely pleased with the outside seating area, which was something we talked about very early on in our town center study process, so that people have a place to sit around. So is everyone going to be happy? No. But I think that we've gotten to a place, and I too commend the CDC and for the work that they did to get us that last quarter mile. And not to mention the undergrounding of the utilities along that street. We know how expensive that is. I mean, what did we spend, like $300,000 of Rule 20A money just to do from the corner down to the high school? That's huge. And they're going to do that. That's going to finish off a job that we won't be able to do in our lifetimes. We'll never have the money to finish doing that. So I absolutely think that with the exception of ensuring that we have the flexibility to do what we may or may not do, depends, and that we have a commitment from Chase that they'll fund up to X, amount, which is what, the $20,000?
Yeah, I just spoke with Mr. Arbing from Chase, and they've committed up to $25,000 for the sign, which should be, it's adequate enough to cover the sign minus the electronic board.
Of Villa Park approving conditional use permit number 0747, conditional use permit number 0748, and conditional use permit number 0749.
Second.
I'd like to amend it.
Hold on one second.
Wait, go ahead.
If I could, so in the request for more specific language on condition 7.
Thank you.
I'll throw this out there. So condition 7 would be signs must be reviewed and approved by planning and building. A city identification sign shall be located on the corner of Santiago and Santiago Wanda, I guess you call it. The applicant shall provide $25,000 to the city for installation of the sign. The city shall determine within its sole discretion whether the sign shall include an electronic reader board If there is an electronic reader board, the city shall control the operation and content thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Litfin. I will amend my motion to include that language, but be under the special conditions.
Second.
And I would move to amend that motion.
Yeah, so we got a motion and a second. So, Rick, what is your motion then?
I would like to adopt that motion amended to include a $40,000 provision for the sign. It may or may not cover it, but it certainly makes it, with the electronic board, but it certainly makes a big enough dent.
It
that I
gets
think
closer.
That we can certainly pony up and deal with it. I was going to suggest a little more, but, I have to admit, Chase has been, Chase and landlord have done a nice job here, and it's a round number, it's not overbearing. With that, I know where I'm going with it. So I would move to adopt Councilman Polly's motion, increasing it to $40,000.
Okay. All right, let's, Todd, you have a comment?
Yeah, just a couple things to answer some questions that have come up. First, as to the safety issue, I used to represent, never will again, but used to represent some billboard companies, so I'm pretty familiar with traffic safety and signage, and it's not really a safety issue from my experience. I know studies have been done, you look at a sign, it doesn't impact driving. Two, putting on, maybe Jennifer has a take on this, on the planning, if you put on an electronic reader board, the sign's going to be kicked way up in the air, and it really impacts the view into the center and the openness you're creating by opening up that corner. So that's a non-legal aside.
But we're not going to deal with that, though.
Well, we're not, I'm just saying, in the broader context of the reader board. Thirdly, as to the issue of the amount of money, so obviously any conditions we put on a developer have to be related to their impact from their project, right? So it's the old Nolan-Dolan case law that says, does this project create that impact? And is any condition you're doing to ameliorate that impact proportional to the impact you're trying to fix? So, the current center has the wall with the sign. It's understandable and completely legal to require them to put a similar type of identification sign on that corner. We've estimated the costs of that are about the $25,000. If you go much higher than that, you're getting into a territory where somebody could say, well, no, that's not proportional to the impact of my project. My project, mine being Chase, isn't what's triggering the need for a reader board, so it becomes more contestable. Now, is $40,000 that threshold? Where that threshold is, it's not an exact science. I'm very comfortable with 25. 40 is, more debatable.
I'm very comfortable with it because it was the offer and it's what it's going to cost.
Well, and obviously, if they offer a certain price, then they consent to it, and it's not a question.
Exactly.
Right, so.
I've seen the price on the other.
So you've made a motion to amend our motion. Do you have a second on that amendment?
Well, I got to ask a question, and I hate to put anybody on the spot, but we could sit up here and vote all we want on saying we want 40, and I think that'd be wonderful, but I guess, we would have to ask Chase, is that even an option? Is that anything, and I don't know if that's even right to ask them that question. They've offered the 25. Is that a question that we could legally ask them if they'd be willing to step up to 40? I'm sure it will cost more and we would have to pay the balance, but is that even a question we can put on the table?
Yes, you're fully within your rights to ask. It's no improper thing to ask. If they say yes, then it's clearly okay, not a legal question. If they say no, then they reserve to challenge it, saying, well, that's not an impact of our project. Whether they would, sue over a delta of 15, I doubt it, because the legal cost would be more than it's worth.
But Todd, I've taken, I'm trying to take a broader approach. I'm not trying to squeeze on this issue. This has been a significant issue for me in terms of how it affects the community in the center, and I know that most people I talk to don't want the bank. So to me, this is a more general issue, and I see that as a cost-related item in the overall scheme of living with another bank. So I'm trying not to make this,
A point of order. We have an amended motion. Doesn't he need a second for that before we have this conversation?
I'm working on that, Deborah.
Oh, okay.
I'm working on that.
Well, we're having discussion, which means we have a second.
Right, okay.
Well, technically, often you do get a second just for discussion, but there's no actual limitation. You can discuss it whenever.
Okay. So thank you for that, Todd. So I guess I would ask Chase Bank yeah, we're interested to play at the 40, and we'll step up and help out, and you guys cover the rest, whatever that would be, or the offer stands at 25. And I hate to put you guys on the spot, but I know I'm in favor of the reader board myself. I think it's a great addition. I already made my comments on that earlier, and I would like it myself, so sorry to put you on the spot.
No, you're doing your job. I'm Charlie Arbin with Chase Bank. I want to thank staff and the council for hearing us tonight. This has been a long road to get here, and we're hopeful and optimistic, and we hope that we can support the city, and we'll do everything in our powers to bring a first-class operation to the city if given the opportunity. The reader board sign was something that has been discussed several times. Obviously, we went to CDC. We were presented with an invoice of what the sign had cost elsewhere in the community with the non-reader board sign. And that's when we had consented based upon that, which took me to have to go through a process to be able to fund that. It was a $25,000 invoice. That's how that figure came up. I feel that's reasonable. That sign, that monument sign, has been clear in code that it's not something that we will be able to utilize. We gain no benefit of it directly, so to speak. It's nothing we can use for advertising purposes, and we would let the city mandate how it was to be operated if that's the choice that it's taken to as an LED. I feel that the $25,000 for the sign that's out there and replacing it with a similar type sign that's been used elsewhere, in my mind, this is difficult. It's a no-win situation for me up here, but I feel that that's sufficient, and that's as far as the threshold that I have to approve and consent to that type of expenditure on our end. So I can't agree to the $40,000 at this point.
Now, Charlie, I've got to ask, it appears that you did agree at one point to it, and then it kind of got backed out again.
No, we didn't agree. We agreed to the fact that we would be open to funding a portion of the cost. We were given direction of an LED. We were given a direction first of no LED. We were given a direction of yes, an LED, and then we were subsequently at CDC given a direction of no LED. So that rendering there was prior to the CDC meeting. The one that was presented on the easel was what was the direction we were given through staff and through CDC to bring forward at that time, with the understanding that we would fund the costs of a similar type monument sign, non-LED type sign that's been utilized in other places in the city. And I know, to Councilmember Barnett's question about the costing of it, this is a first-class city, so there's different types of LED signs that to do something with, types of LED benefits, to have visual, to have motion on it. These signs, from a cost perspective, I could give you a range on an LED sign that would be all over the map. It's kind of like doing work on your house. It depends on how you want to finish it.
But that's kind of the beauty of Mayor Pro Tem Barnett's motion is it's $40K. There is no levels you got to worry about. We would make up that difference and put in a first-class sign, but you would be at that $40K limit, so you don't have to worry about the different signs.
But I have to...
See what I'm saying? I mean, that exposure is ours to figure out. You're just donating 15 grand more towards it. We'll come up with the sign that we want.
I can't agree to that at this point.
Okay.
In all honesty, there's no hard spot here either. Compromise is always available, okay? I'd like to see this thing go in. If Chase is willing to do anything above it, it would help, it would ameliorate us having to do it and still...
If an LED was decided, we would bring power to it. I would agree to bring the power to it without having that being part of the $25,000, since we'll be doing all the underground work anyway, which is a big factor of that. How you want to control the sign, that would be something that we would work out collectively with your building department, whoever it may be, with staff. And we would have no control over that sign. I mean, obviously, we wouldn't you'd put an anti-Chase literature up there, but but beyond that, it's your sign. And we've been given direction that's a gateway sign.
That may be feasible, because I will tell you that part of the motivation has been, I've had shopkeepers tell me, we'd like to have that sign up there because we'd like to have an opportunity to put some things up there occasionally too. So I'm not sure that your comment about Chase never having access, I'm not sure that that's true. I think this would be a variety of uses, and you may, but
That
you're
would
right,
be
you still don't
policy we gotta
control
come
it.
up with later. Well, Charlie, as far as you mentioning bringing the power to it, I'm assuming that would have been part of the 25 anyways, because all of our signs are lit. So they already would have power to it anyways.
There's different ways to light a sign. If it's a an LED sign's going to require.
We use LED bars to light our
Sure,
signs.
of course.
So you would have been bringing power to it irregardless. Yeah,
Sure.
Just to make you aware of that.
Understood.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the issue, that we'll be lit anyway, and we also have some outlets for other people to plug things in, as we do at the other monument signs. But there's another thought, too, is that I think the looking at the elevations here, it does block it if we get it up too high, but I understand the desire to have a reader board, but I think we may be well served at putting a reader boards at the other entrances to the town center that are not distracted, because I didn't think about Mr. Brown brought up the safety aspect at that particular busy corner, and I have to say that is a consideration, but I think that we'd be better served by having reader boards at other entrances to the town center itself.
I think that sign with the reader board would be very similar in size to what you have out there right now. And that's the view, that would probably give you a pretty good view perspective. The other thing I've worked on.
It's that height already.
The height, yes. You'd have to accommodate that. And the other issue that I've seen with cities with reader boards that I've seen elsewhere is how that impacts properties that look onto that, the residential portions of the other corners that have to look at the glow of an LED sign. That's just, we've had it, there's been concerns about that when I've done projects with other retailers who'd like to see LED and reader board signs. That's something you'd want to take into account, particularly for people whose properties view down onto this. And that can be mitigated by shutting it off at certain hours. There's simple solutions to that.
Yeah, okay.
So we have
So
a first and a
if-
second. Did you end up seconding his?
Not yet, Deborah,
Okay.
we're almost there.
Still going.
So if there are no other questions, and I'm just assuming there isn't going to be, I'll just ask point blank, your choice. We have the $25,000 sign you're willing to donate to, which will include an LED strip, of course, for lighting, which our other signs have as well. Or would you be willing to step up to 40, and we would make the decision of what type of reader board we're going to put in? We would set the policy of if the merchants get access to it, or just citizens, or, but your liability would be 40, that's it, and we would step up to whatever extra to make the sign Villa Park is, the way our city is. So it's just a simple question, 40 or 25, and we'll be done with you on that.
It's not so simple as it. My answer to the financial part would be $25,000.
Okay.
To the other part about control of the sign, who lights it up, to your other points, that's up to direction from you and staff.
I understand that. No, I'll say we'll deal with that later. I get that.
Yeah, I'm not going to get in the way of that.
So
I'm
if
not.
it's just simple of 25, 40, 25, we're done talking.
Correct.
And that's perfect. Thank you for entertaining it.
Thank you.
Okay. We're ready to take a vote, Mr. Brown.
So we have so what's happening?
So what we have here is we have a motion and a second over on this side.
Yes.
And we have a motion here that kind of has died unless you can think of any additional comment.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. I've either got to stand on it for the 40,000, there's nothing in between, and Chase has basically told us it will do it. We either have to stand on it, make the motion, and play that level of hardball with Chase, and to be frank, I'm really not inclined to do that. It's just not my style. We had candid, good faith discussion here, and I think all things considered, I'm probably not inclined to squeeze for that. If we want to do it, and I still think we should do it, the city's going to have to pay or something. The differential, so I probably would be inclined to withdraw my motion to amend.
Okay. I think that's a wise decision based on everything we heard tonight. Chase entertained it, we tried, we asked, and we can make our decision on the reader board later. As Todd pointed out in that item 7, it gives us that flexibility. So we have a motion and a second, so I guess we would call for the question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion is to approve Resolution 2013-3249, approving the conditional use permits for Chase Bank with the amendment of the city attorney's provision to condition of approval number 7.
There's 2 of the resolutions.
Well, he's got it. He's got it all.
You got it all there?
repeat it?
Yes, he got it all.
Yeah, it was correct.
Repeat provision 7?
Yes.
Sure.
It sounded good.
It was excellent.
Yeah.
A city identification sign shall be located on the corner of Santiago and Santiago/Wanda. The applicant shall provide $25,000 to the city for the installation of the sign. The city shall determine within its sole discretion whether the sign shall include an electronic reader board. If there is an electronic reader board, the city shall control the operation and the content of the sign. I will also say the applicant specifically agrees to bring electrical power to the sign, whether it has or does not have an electronic reader board component, because we still need the lighting aspect of it. And that was assumed, but we might as well put it in. So.
And by city,
With all
that
due
comes to
respect to
vote.
Chase on that, you had pointed out it was already going to be lit.
Yeah.
But with all due respect to Chase, they've said, we'll take that without consideration of 25,000. So they're essentially saying, we'll power it up, you'll still have your 25,000. So in a sense, they are throwing in a little more.
Yeah.
That would
Call
come to a
for the
vote of the
vote.
council.
Right, well, do you want it to?
That comes to a vote, not just city staff.
Right, and this matter, the choice, the final design of the sign shall come back to city council for final decision and approval.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I will add that to my original motion.
All right, so we're good with our first and our second. Jared?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second the...
There's already a Greg seconded.
Oh, she did.
Yeah,
Already.
we're good.
Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes. Awesome. Congratulations, guys. Thank you for your patience.
It was a long battle,
It's a
people.
long
I don't
battle.
envy you on that one.
Yeah, long battle. All right. Let's move on here, so we're not going to be here all night long. Our second hearing is to consider the first reading of ordinance 2013-579, adding the commercial professional zone. Jennifer, do you have a report, please?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you will recall, when we went through our town center study and moratorium and met with the community and tried to deal with the balance of land uses here in the town center, one of the recommendations that we took to the CDC that was recommended unanimously and then brought to the council was a consideration to change lots 7 and 8, which you see on the screen behind you, from the CN zone, commercial neighborhood, to CP, which would be commercial professional. The purpose of the rezone for these two properties is to separate out the town center from the retail component or the shopping component, which also would include restaurants, and what is really the professional office. If we had multiple centers in our community, you would see that very commonly where you'd have perhaps a financial center, you'd have an office center, you might have a medical office center. We have all that here in one place. Really the benefit of this zone change is it takes the two properties that are in the CP zone out of the calculations for the overall center, and it changed that distribution of land use. So prior to this change, we really had a skewing of the commercial land use to office in the overall town center balance because these two properties are primarily office uses. When we take those out, and we have the breakdown now on the screen behind you, you can see that it really changed the distribution so that even with the new Chase Bank coming into the center, we have about 35% of the CN zoned properties being accounted for office and related uses, and then about 64% of the center being retail and restaurant, with 1% at this time being vacant. So we do feel that that really gives you better flexibility. It allows the property owners some comfort level that if uses change over, that they have some flexibility with who their tenants can be. And it also gives the two properties, Lot 7 and 8, the ability to maintain their uses as they are today. We have talked to the property owner, as we discussed before, of Lot 8, which is the office building, two-story office building adjacent to City Hall, and they really don't have intention at this point in time to have that change to retail. However, in the code that we've provided for you, as you see, we do allow for up to 40% retail uses to be in that zone as well, and then anything over that, just like we do in the CN zone, would come to the council for conditional use permit consideration. Now, we threw one little change in this consideration for you this evening. In the CP zone, we have added a new use that we would like you to consider tonight, and I'll explain a little bit about some of the benefits of that, and that would be for mixed use or multifamily. The reason for that is multi-leveled. First of all, as you're well aware, we are in the midst of our housing element update, and we are in need of allocating future housing opportunities in our community in order to meet state mandates. The important thing to remember is it's only opportunities for future housing. There's no requirement to build or for anyone else to come in outside of our city and ever build on these properties. But if we can identify that there are opportunities, we meet the state mandate and we get a certified housing element, and away we go. The other nice thing about those opportunities is that each housing cycle, we can identify the same opportunities, and we don't have to keep finding new ones. If they've not been built on and they still present an opportunity, we still get to count those, at least as current housing law is written today. At the same time, again, we don't believe that there's any future plans that we are aware of for either Lot 7, which is the City Hall property, or Lot 8, to have housing be incorporated. However, you could imagine, and I think it's even been talked about during council meetings, that at some point in time, if you wanted to have a caretaker unit above the maintenance building out back, that would be okay. As well, on the office complex next door, if you wanted to have a manager that was living on site to maintain the property, that could be something that would fit into that mixed use or multifamily housing component. The other thing that it does do from a zoning perspective is it does allow that buffering between our retail center and the neighbors that are residential immediately adjacent. So we do feel that that still provides a good compatibility of land uses, and again, it really is an ability for us to have it on the books without having to actually build that. So tonight we are asking for you to consider the change to the zoning ordinance that would allow the CP zone to be created with the mix of uses that we've provided for you, the breakdown, that 40%, 60%, and the conditional use permit for anything above that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have this evening.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions of staff?
Jennifer, can you explain to us, if we're not certified, what occurs?
Certainly. So our housing element, there's a much bigger question there, and we're going to be talking a lot about the housing element over the next couple of meetings. But we currently are operating without a certified housing element. The nice part about that is that the fifth cycle has already kicked in, and so we've kind of been given a stay of execution, if you will, and we can continue to move forward to get our fifth housing element in place and have that certified. If we do not get our housing element certified, there are many layers of consequences that can come through. The first, of course, is that we're out of compliance, and the state could come in and say that we're not operating within our rules, and they could take away our zoning police powers. We wouldn't be able to issue our own building permits, and they take away essentially our rights to mandate how our uses are managed in our city. Another consequence can be that the state will come in and tell us where new housing opportunities have to be. So it takes away our own local control over deciding our destiny, if you will, when it comes to housing. That's a huge concern for me as a planner, helping you manage your city. We have very large lot properties. I'm certain that someone outside our city would love to come in and say, well, gosh, why don't you just subdivide some of these lots and make some, smaller lots and build some other homes, and that would be a great opportunity for new housing. We'd like them not to do that, so we'd like to have our own certified housing element to make sure that doesn't happen. And then there are potentials for fines and other things that could come down the road as well. But those are just kind of a quick overview of what could happen.
I believe the state could also come in and tell us what kind of housing, who would be in those units as well. So it's very incumbent upon us to consider what Jennifer's brought to us, and I think it's a pretty good idea. And I think it'll allow us to avoid a lot of headache, and this is for about 10 years, right? The way this cycle goes, Jennifer?
If we are able to get certification, that's another consequence. If we're able to get certification, then we don't have to recertify for 8 years. If we are not, then we go back to the old 4-year cycle, which is also time and money.
Right, and the actually bigger fear other than the state is affordable housing advocacy groups. They sort of look on these charts that HCD does and see who isn't certified, and then they file lawsuits by money-grubbing attorneys because they get attorney fees, right? I've just denigrated my own beloved profession, which needs denigration most of the time. So there are consequences, but the key point is that, as Jennifer said, this isn't mandating that such housing will be built there. You only have to show that it's zoned for the potential thereof. If the property owner doesn't want to ever do that, it will never be done. So it is not something that is on the short-term horizon or, even most likely on the long-term horizon. But that's a key point. You have to show the state that you at least allowed it to be somewhere, which is interesting in a city like this, ours, which is fully built out, how you do that, and this is how you do that.
And if I could just add 2 points, I'm so very sorry, Councilmember Mills.
It's okay.
One, we do get phone calls on a regular basis from housing advocate groups to check on our progress, so just so you know, they are watching. Hi. Secondly, you'll notice in the ordinance that we prepared, the mixed use and multifamily housing is under conditionally permitted uses. So these are not by right. They would have to come to the council for your full review and approval.
Okay, we adopt this resolution?
We have to have a public hearing,
Yeah,
don't we?
we are. Okay, thank you, Jennifer. That's an out-of-the-box thought. Very interesting. I kind of like it. Any other comments of council members before we go to the public? Okay, I'd like to open it up to the public. Do we have any speakers on this item?
Terry Elmendorf, and I haven't moved since I spoke earlier. I thought in the past when we've discussed this that the granny flats that people build
Met that
requirement, and there are many, many granny flats, and I'm just asking why that doesn't count anymore. And then the other question is, who the heck is Sacramento or anybody else to tell us what to do? We have states' rights, we need cities' rights. I'm sick and tired of feds and everybody else telling us what to do, and I hope you're all watching in Washington.
Todd, go ahead.
I was just going to say, granny flats, HCD used to be more comfortable giving them, a check off on your box. Now they pretty much just say, oh, that's so nice, but they don't give you credit for those. So you don't really get the bang for your buck with granny flats to meet your RHNA numbers, regional housing needs assessments. We can talk all day philosophically about the differential between state and city power, but it doesn't really matter in this case. They have the power. Cities don't have their own power. Even if we were a charter city, we couldn't do anything about this because housing is deemed a regional, a statewide concern. So there's no out within the California Constitution to get from under this mandate. So.
And there are different mandates that we're trying to resolve. One that you've mentioned is just our regional housing needs number that we're assigned. The other is the requirement to meet various levels of income housing and to have, again, zoning that allows for a different type of housing unit rather than a traditional single-family unit, albeit we never have to build it. I'm going to keep stressing that. It just puts on the books that we've created an opportunity that we can count. And so all of a sudden, instead of just single-family homes, albeit second dwelling units are still considered single-family. So it just gives us something different that we can count. So it's a different box that we have to check in that format of certification.
Question. So when we went through this general plan dance, which we went through already, are you telling me that our housing element was never certified or that it was only certified for 4 years instead of 10? It was never certified.
It was submitted and we've received many corrections, but we have not been able to check a couple of the boxes.
So they're still hanging, they're still, holding that stick over our head is what you're telling me. This is very disturbing. I'm absolutely with Terry Elmendorf on this one because this is really about forcing local governments to reflect what, quite frankly, and I'm just going to say it, the United Nations would like to see reflected in our local communities. That's the fact. This is all Agenda 21 stuff. That's exactly what this is. This is really disturbing to me. So we put it on the books, and the next thing you know, they say, now that you have it on the books, you have to do it. It's entirely possible.
That's beyond our scope. So
Yeah,
I
it
suggest we
is
move the
beyond our
question.
scope. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. So this is a first reading. It seems like our hands are tied, right, Todd?
Yes, sir.
That's really the answer. I don't see any way around that.
If you vote no, you subject yourself to litigation risk, And just so people don't think I'm a shill for big government, I guess is the term. I completely agree philosophically, but as a matter of lawyer, I mean, it's our job to give you the risk assessment, and, for a situation that in all eventuality is never going to occur, to attempt to avoid that via state certification seems like a wise policy decision, if not, and by no means a sanction of the government policy which puts it in place.
We need to get certified before we get fined.
Yeah, no, I
And
agree.
they will fine us.
I agree with that.
They'll fine us first, and then they'll take it.
All right, so this is a first reading. Rick has made a motion.
Second.
Greg, you second it?
Yep.
Okay, vote please.
Let me go back to the title. Yes, the motion on the floor is to approve first reading of ordinance number 2013-579 and schedule second reading and adoption at the September 24th, 2013 City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pauly.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes. Thank you very much. Our third hearing is to consider the first reading of ordinance number 2013-580 relating to E4 and R1 zone regulations. Jennifer, do you have a report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I do have a report for you this evening. At our last meeting, during a study session topic, I brought forward to you some considerations that we had met with the CDC about cleaning up our E4 and R1 zones. I took Councilwoman Pauly's challenge to heart, and you will see this evening that we have identified at least 3, and we'll talk about a 4th permit that we can be eliminating in our code if we move forward with the changes to our development standards that we're recommending this evening. The changes that we're looking at tonight related to E4 and R1 zones are related to site coverage, floor area ratio, building height, parking, and detached accessory structures. This is going to give you a whole lot of information that we talked about at our last meeting, but essentially what we wanted to give you was an overview of the development standards in our code today as they sit, and then what we're proposing for you. But a quick and easy breakdown that we talked about last meeting was essentially in the R1 zone, we'll be raising site coverage from 30% to 35%. In the E4 zone, it will go from 24% to 32%. We're changing building height from 25 feet to 30, and if you'll recall, we already allow 30 feet. We just allow it with a conditional use permit. Of all of the applications that we've seen for conditional use permits over the last 7 years, all but maybe 1 was approved at that 30 feet or even greater. So again, the question was, at some point in time, if this is becoming more the norm, why put the residents through the cost and the time and the council through the deliberation when it truly is more a matter of commonality than the exception? In addition to that, we would be looking at changing the R1 standard for FAR from 40% to 45%. In the E4 zone, we'll be changing from 32% to 38%. Again, our code currently allows those numbers. They just allow them with conditional use permit. So once again, of all of the applications that we're seeing over the last 7 to 10 years, all were approved, and some even greater than the changes that we're making today in the code. In terms of parking, in the E4 zone, 4 cars are allowed at this point in time, or 3 cars are allowed at this point in time. A 4th or greater would require a conditional use permit. We are requesting that it change to 4 cars with a conditional use permit for 5 or more. Again, under that same principle that that's traditionally what we've approved already by council, taking away that requirement for the conditional use permit. Detached accessory structures is an interesting one. We have a provision in our code right now that if you wanted to go above 12 feet in height, that would require a conditional use permit for a detached accessory structure. Now this could mean anything from a gazebo, a patio cover that's detached, or a pool house, a casita, or a second dwelling unit. However, state law changed a number of years ago that cities could not require conditional use permits for second dwelling units, the previous comments about housing rules and all of those good things. So currently with second dwelling units, you're allowed 15 feet by right, but if you wanted to do a pool house, which doesn't meet the definition of a second dwelling unit, you could only go 12 feet. So it seemed very inconsistent in our code, and again, if you go above 12 feet, it would be with conditional use permit, and our council for the last 7 to 10 years have been approving those as a matter of policy. The last item that was presented during the study session was the height of garage doors, and that was determined not to be interested in a change at this point in time. We move to the next slide. What we wanted to provide for you was a little bit of some graphic demonstration of how this may affect properties in terms of our current setbacks related to what the property looks like. So the dark lines that you see on the outside rectangles, and this is just taking a kind of average size lot in our E4 and R1 zones, represents the property lines. The arrowed areas with the lines inside represents the setbacks. So already quite a great amount of the property is taken up by setback. In those setback areas, structures are not allowed to be built. And in the front yard setback in particular, so on both the R1 and E4, 25 feet, it is a requirement that that is maintained with landscaping or minimum hardscape. That would be for driveways and sidewalks. Go ahead and thank you very much. With the changes in site coverage, we've given some illustrations here of changing from 24% site coverage on the left side of the screen there to the proposed 32%. And again, just taking an average structure. We didn't get into all of the different sizes and shapes that we have here in the city, but we just wanted to show how that small increase affects the overall coverage of the site. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, floor area ratio is meant to deal with the bulk of the building, so how much above the first floor really is affecting the property. And you can see on the closest image to the screen is our existing 32% coverage. The adjacent image is our proposed 38%. So it's not a large increase, and it doesn't change the footprint on the site whatsoever. And then this shows those same illustrations on our R1 properties. And then dealing with our height changes, 25 feet is what's shown at the top of the screen, 30 feet. Really what this is doing is allowing some architectural features. Now we didn't do any great design work here in illustration, but what we do want to accommodate with the height difference, and it is developed in the code much clearer than this image, is to deal with turrets or tall entry features or unusual architectural elements that people would like to have on their house that can exceed that 25-foot mark, and at that point in time they would have to come to the council for a conditional use permit. So we wanted to use some logic and some good sense, and again take the historical data from the council and put that into place with this new ordinance. And then lastly, again, we have 26 garages that have been approved since 2006, all exceeding that 3-car recommendation that was currently in our code. Again, that takes away the provision of having so many applications coming to the council for consideration. The garages would still have to fit into the site coverage, the floor area ratio, the setbacks on the property, but it would take away that requirement for the conditional use permit for a 4-car garage, which is somewhat typical in Villa Park for our E4 zone, and then the 3-car garage in our R1 zone. Lastly, this is our illustration of the detached accessory structure, and again, while it is a difference in height of 3 feet, the important thing for me to mention to the council, the question that we get asked all the time by applicants is, so you're telling me if I put a kitchen in my pool house, I'd be allowed to build to 15 feet in height, but because I don't want a kitchen out there, I can only have 12 feet in height. And it does seem like a very silly distinction, but it is the way that our code is written today. So we really did, again, want to apply some logic and some common sense to how we're applying our code. That really what the detached accessory structure height was trying to do was ensure compatibility between properties and how the height of the structure when it's detached impacts a neighbor. From a planning perspective, we don't see really any difference between a detached accessory structure that's being used as a second dwelling unit to one that's being used as a pool house. So from our perspective, taking away the conditional use permit provision allows that to be a more logical application across the board and takes the burden off of our property owners here in the city.
Jennifer, excuse me, just to clarify, I think you explained previously that the state mandates that there be a 15-foot for the detached housing structure. Was that, did I hear you right?
No, the state doesn't mandate the height. The state only mandates that anything for a second dwelling unit not have any impediment that would make it so that someone couldn't build one, and a conditional use permit would be considered an impediment. So we set our height limit, and our height limit for detached accessory structures allows you to go to the 15 feet, but only with a conditional use permit. We can't require a conditional use permit for a second dwelling unit, so they would be approved up to 15 feet by right.
Oh, so that was our choice.
Yes.
Okay.
So with that, we're recommending that you hold the public hearing, introduce the topic tonight at first reading, and approve the ordinance that would put in place these changes to relieve the conditional use permits for several of the items as I've presented them, and also raise some of the limitations based on the historic data that we have for our council, and also, in our opinion, some good planning practices as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you and look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions of staff before we open up to the public? Seeing none, I'd open this up to the public. Seeing no one coming up, I come back to council for any comments and/or a motion for this first reading.
I just have an observation. I mean, frankly, I'm inclined to approve this. The only concern I have, and I'm just going to throw it out so everybody can give it a quick thought, is not my concern about allowing this additional spread and taking the burden off people to make these changes, which we typically approve anyway. I mean, that makes sense. The question I have is, by doing this, are we now going to trigger a situation where what used to require a CUP is standard, and now we're going to get all these CUPs for people trying to stretch it, and this is just going to be this never-ending snowball where pretty soon lots are covered? Just a point of thought that I throw out there before somebody makes a motion if they want to talk about it.
You know, I think that that's a point well taken. You're absolutely right. But then the council will be at a place where you're actually deliberating and rejecting some of the CUPs instead of this. We're holding up a residence project. We're gouging them now since we've just change the fees, $1,900, adding to the cost of doing the project, and it's typically just a peak. Hopefully, staff will understand what the intent of this council is and will discourage people from going for CUPs that could be different. I'm very happy. This was one of the last things on my to-do list, is to alleviate some of these kinds of things, these burdens on our residents. So I'm very happy with the work that was done here. I do have one quick question, and I brought this up before, and I don't know that it's been fully answered for me. When someone wants to put a storage shed, and we, of course, want everyone to put their stuff out of the way. We're always harping on people, code enforcement, don't leave your but then are we charging people to put a storage shed up, or does that fall under, is this going to solve that problem?
That is a terrific question. So we're solving it in part, and then in another part we will need to come back to you for additional cleanup. So we wanted to attack the first part, that's our inconsistency in our code. Today, as it sits, there was a provision that if you were going to build something 120 square feet, non-habitable, detached, like a shed, but actually it also include like playhouses and dog houses and other things of that nature. If it went to a certain height, over 6 feet, which most storage sheds, even the tough sheds or whatnot that you can buy out in the stores today, that would require sometimes a conditional use permit or a variance, depending on, the makeup of that shed.
That won't solve that problem tonight, but you're
We
planning
took
on
away
solving it.
the CUP problem tonight.
Okay.
So
All right.
on the last page of the proposed ordinance, previously, it seemed that there was direction created by staff to make that an administrative review. It never was codified, and so we cleaned that up tonight, so it takes away the conditional use permit requirement.
Okay. But we will be seeing something come back that
Yes,
fully addresses it.
yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Any other comments or a motion?
Nope.
Well, I agree with Councilwoman Polly's analysis, because that was my thought on that too, even though I had some concerns, so I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think this is great. We have motion and second, Jared.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motions to introduce and approve a first reading of ordinance number 2013-580, schedule a second reading and adoption at the September 24th, 2013 City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Our fourth hearing is to consider the first reading of ordinance number 2013-581 relating to the PC zone for the Villa Park Orchards planned community. Back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is related to our PC zone, and for those of you who are not familiar, we actually have something called a PC zone in our zoning ordinance. However, this particular development, when it was put into place, was not zoned PC. Well, anyways, it's a long story, but let's just say we have some cleanup to do. So tonight, before you, for the Orchards Park residential zone, or planned community, we are asking for a change in their development standards. When a PC zone is constructed in Villa Park, it comes to the council through conditional use permit to actually develop the property. From there, they need to submit a development plan, so the actual physical plans, and then they are allowed to submit supplemental text. The supplemental text would include development standards, similar to what we just saw in our R1 and our E4 zone for setbacks and lot coverage and height and all those great things. When the Orchard Plan community was first submitted to the city, they had this lovely book called the Supplemental Text, and it has all of those different conditions in place. However, this was never approved and codified by the city. Instead, everything was referred back to our R1 zone. Now, if you know anything about the Orchard Plan community, it's a very small little finger outside on the west side of Villa Park, and the lots are very narrow and very shallow, and they're a lovely home, lovely community, and operated through a homeowners association. We did have a request from the Homeowners Association that the city consider amending the CUP for the Orchards Plan community to allow a rear yard setback of 20 feet rather than 25 feet. In our research, we did identify that in the supplemental text, that was the original provision in the supplemental text. It makes perfectly good sense. It still allows quite a good amount of rear yard setback. We did verify as best we can from aerial view photographs that we wouldn't be doing anything negative to the homes that they're already built, and actually we probably will be bringing several of them into compliance so that they are not existing non-conforming. And again, the Homeowners Association was in favor of this change. So tonight, that's what we're doing. Now the good news, I'll give you a little good news for how this affects our housing element. We have been looking for a PC zone in our city, something on the map that we could show was this other zone, PC. The state was always very much in favor of us having this because we have it on our books already in text, but we didn't have anything that was mapped PC. Now we have found that the Orchard Plan community is already zoned PC. So part of the cleanup will be to actually put the little initials on the map and color it differently and send that up to Sacramento, and they're going to say, yay, Villa Park, you have some more housing options in your city. It doesn't change anything in Orchard Plan community. It just gives us some credit for something that's already been there that's just never been codified. So that's just a little side note with this discussion tonight. However, the amendment is simply for the rear yard setback of 20 feet rather than 25 feet. So once again, I would recommend that you would open the public hearing. I am happy to answer any questions for you, and we would be recommending approval of this ordinance.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions of staff before I open this up?
Yes, Martinique, how does that fall in? That does not, does it? It's not the same situation.
It is also a
PC?
PC zone, as we've found as well. However, they haven't come forward with any requests for changes, so we've discovered that as well. We will be coming forward with a map cleanup for that one too, so that'll give us another point in our box to check.
Maybe you should save it for when they come back and ask for us to give them another point.
It's a good plan.
Your back pocket, yeah.
You know, because every few years they come up with another squeeze.
This whole conversation, though, as we know, is reflective of the idiocy of this whole state regimen.
Exactly.
Right, where we get credit for things. Well, I know, I state, I governor. But it's just true, you know, everybody understands that, you know.
I mean, they're dithering around with this kind of junk when they actually have real problems. That's the thing.
All right, let's open this up to the public. Anyone here to speak on this item? Seeing none, I bring it back to council for discussion and/or...
Mr.
Oh,
Moriarty
Pete,
lives in that area.
welcome.
I really wasn't going to say anything, but I will. Something Jennifer said. Pete Moriarty, 10160 Orange Blossom. And I am the president of the board of directors of the Homeowners Association. It's always nice to know that not only in this case are we a planned community and being recognized as such and taking our place on the city map, but we're also, as it appears, politically correct. I just have to note that, but we do heartily approve of this action.
Great. Thank you, Pete.
I know
Appreciate it.
plenty of people who live there who are not politically correct.
Very funny. All right, do I have a motion on this item or any
I
comments?
so move.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Jared?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motions to approve a first reading of ordinance 2013-581 and schedule second reading and adoption at the September 24th, 2013 City Council meeting. Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pauly?
Yes.
Councilwoman Passanelli?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett?
Yes.
Mayor Reese?
Yes, thank you. Our fifth hearing is to determine whether conditions at 18231 Fernando Circle constitute a public nuisance. Jared, do you have a report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This property is located, as you said, at 18231 Fernando Circle and has been the subject of code enforcement action since May of this year. The code enforcement action was due to the unsightly condition of the property, overgrown vegetation, appearance of the building itself, and some trash cans visible from the public right away. After a couple letters were sent to the property owner, I finally heard from him on July 16th, and since then have communicated regularly to address a number of the code enforcement violations. He's cleaned the property quite a bit. He's installed irrigation. He's installed drought-tolerant landscaping. And at this time, it does not warrant the public nuisance process any further. The code enforcement case will remain open while he closes out a few items, but at this time, I do not recommend going any further.
Thank you, Jared. Any questions of staff on this before I open to the public?
I've driven by the home, and the progress on the home has been significant. There is someone out there almost every day. They planted trees yesterday, and the gentleman should be commended. It was a lot of work.
Great, thank you, Deanna. Anyone here from the public wishing to speak?
Yes, Richard Perkins, 519 Cumberland Road. I have written a few letters to the Applemans, and I saw the property. My children, somebody saw my daughter plays for Villa Park, and I would be willing to rent, help, do anything, anything. We just love the property, and I've been trying to reach the gentleman. If I'd like to leave my information. If he would like to contact me, I'd be more than willing to, buy it, help, rent it, and we just love it. And I'd love to finish the project out. That's basically it. Yeah.
Great.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Harris, Mr. Mayor, Council. I live at 18211 Fernando Circle, right across the street, just one lot over. It's been a great improvement. I happened to walk down there Sunday, and the actual son of the people that lived there, the
father passed away. The son has said he's taken his mother to live with him in Palm Springs, but he's been there every day. If you want to go by there, I mean, he's there working himself. Yesterday, he was down in the mud up to his elbows, and it's getting better. There's a couple big, ugly-looking tree things that still need to be taken down, but they're doing a good job, and I'm glad you're going to, ease off a little bit on it.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. Any other comments? Seeing none, I bring it back to council for a motion or comments.
What is the motion that we need to make?
The motion is to lose the,
To table
get
it.
rid of the public nuisance table.
I move that based on the evidence presented by staff and the neighbors and the rest of the council,
I'll second it.
that we
Jared,
table the item.
Yeah, voice vote will work.
all in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. All right, our sixth and final hearing is to determine whether conditions at 10201 Center Drive constitute a public nuisance. Jared, do you have a report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this property has been subject to code enforcement actions since about the same time, near the end of May. I've sent a couple letters to the property owner. Haven't heard anything until Monday. He actually gave me a call, first time in about 5 years since I've heard from him. The nuisance at this property is the inadequate landscaping. The landscape in the front yard is dead. There's no way around it. Monday, the property owner informed me that he would be improving the landscaping. He hired a contractor a couple months ago who actually ran away from him, so he's trying to track him down. Then he hired a new landscaper to do some work, and it sounds like he was actually out there today cleaning up the property. At this time, I recommend going forward with the public nuisance process just to keep that leverage on the property owner. All too often, we hear that folks would be making improvements and they never do. I love the improvements that the Fernando property did, and I wish this one would be the same, but let's start that 30-day clock and see what happens.
Great, thank you, Jared. Any questions of staff before we go to the public?
Yes, I have, I've seen other yards that look just as bad as this particular property, and they have much nicer facings on the house, so I don't understand myself why we are going through this process when there's about another 8 or 9 of them around town.
I completely agree with you. Code enforcement here in the city is reactive. We only respond when complaints are received. Unfortunately for this property, it's on a major corner on Santiago and Center, so it's highly traveled, and folks call in here. You can't get away with it, I'd say, if you're tucked away at the end of a cul-de-sac and are friends with your neighbors. They won't call and complain on you. Unfortunately for this property, it stands out as it's on a busy intersection, and folks call and complain, so we have to go down the process. It's the beauty of a reactive code enforcement division as a proactive code enforcement division.
But also, I think, unfortunately, that folks have a right to have a dead yard if it's not overgrown, basically. Is that correct?
No, the municipal code says that all landscape shall be maintained in healthy and growing condition. There's several sections in our municipal code that state that, and that's what we cite on. And unfortunately, we have to treat all properties equal.
That was my previous question, because we don't do it a lot because of the reactive nature of these complaints. So, and I believe this gentleman has some other issues as well, correct?
No, other than a booming business, I'd say. He mentioned he lives on the East Coast half the year, and he visits China frequently.
Okay.
It sounds like this is a vacation house almost, but he mentioned to me on Monday that he'd be living out here permanently in California full-time, so.
Okay.
Who knows? We've been dealing with this property since 2008.
I know,
with
it's
the
been
dead
going
yard.
on a long time.
I don't see why, just because there may be some other bad properties, we let these go. And I think a pretty conservative position to wait until there are complaints. I think we could just as well go out and look around and chase them all. This is a more conservative, more leave the public alone position. So I can't see just ignoring it. So
Well, I drove by the property also today, and, well, it looks 100% better than it did yesterday. How's that? So he did do some work on it. I think I have some issues. I don't like how the home looks, but I don't think it looks bad enough to call it a public nuisance. Just because the gentleman doesn't live there 100% of the time, or whoever is supposed to live there, there's a new fence that goes to the backyard. I don't know what's back there. His cars are parked there. It appears secured. How many complaints have we received?
A couple, I'd say we get one every couple weeks on this property.
Can I, is it from the same person? Is it because the neighbor next to them has a beautiful home that's very nicely landscaped and they don't like living next door? I mean, I don't know who those complaints are, and I'm not asking who they are. Some homes are beautifully landscaped and not everybody wants that. I'm just cautious here.
Yeah.
I really am, because sometimes you do get your neighbors who do not care for you. And then what are we going to do? He went out there, he weed whacked his weeds. If you look at it right now, quite frankly, it looks fine. I mean, there isn't a grass growing in it.
Use a little bit of water, and that would solve a lot of the issues.
Yeah.
in my opinion.
You know, there's a bit of a history, I think, that we can tap into on this particular property. I think Jared kind of touched on it, and I'm sure that Brad remembers this. There have been consistent issues. There was one time when all the rugs in the house were taken out and just draped over the walls outside and just left there. And you can't have that, you know, a mailbox just falling over. I think this last time, I think what triggered the complaint was there was a tent and we thought someone was living back there.
It's a couple homes down the street.
Oh, okay, sorry. Well, you know, it's just that there have been a lot of issues. I happen to like the fact that we have a reactive code enforcement process, and there are cities where you have a code enforcement officer and they just drive around with their little, you know, violation pad and write them up. We're not that way. We do allow a lot of freedom, but it also does dramatically impact people's property values. I think most of the time, people put up with a lot of things with their neighbors, and you can almost tell when houses around the area are getting ready to go on sale or have just gone on the market, because suddenly they start complaining about those code violations that had been there for a year, but now suddenly it's impacting their ability to sell their house at top dollar. So, you know, it has a huge impact on, quite frankly, the look of the city. It is. Yes, he's made some progress, but we've done this dance so many times. I'm inclined to support our city manager on this, to keep, and that's really what this is about for me, is to support our city manager so he can keep the pressure up and get it to the place where he thinks it's acceptable by our own code's standards. You know, we backed off on one where he's seen adequate progress being made. Given the past experiences we've had over my tenure on this council with this particular property, we've started and stopped 3 different times. And so we kind of know. And so I'd like to give our city manager the authority that he needs to keep pushing forward.
Well, if I can make one more comment, we had a public nuisance on Lincoln. When I look at that property that has been cleaned up, and I look at that property in its cleanup mode, and I look at this home on Center that we're trying to deem a public nuisance, they look the same. So how do we call one cleaned up and one a public nuisance? They look the same to me. There's dead vegetation, although it's been weed whacked all the way down to the ground. And that's what my concern is. And maybe if they weren't so close together, I would not have made that comparison.
It's a good point.
But that's the comparison I'm making right now. If we want to deem Center a public nuisance, then we can't accept Lincoln property as being cleaned up, or Cummington, or one of the others that have just recently come up to us. And I just bring that to your attention. I don't have the right answer yet, but it's just something that disturbs me.
That's a good point.
Okay. So.
All right, let's open this up to the public. Is there any comments on this from the public? Come on up.
He wants to rent that house too.
I'm not interested in that house. I just saw and thought I'd participate, I think maybe a letter from city manager explaining the discussion we had and saying, hey, look, we've given you a few warnings already. The grace of the council has deemed it not a public nuisance, but I think you ought to, pick it up from here. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
I'm happy to continue another 30 days. Now that I actually have a phone number, email address, and proper mailing address for the homeowner, I'm confident that I can work with him to resolve the matter, especially if he was out here today or yesterday making some work on the front yard. So we can continue for another 30 days. Should improvement be made, then I won't bring it back at the September meeting.
Okay.
Should the
Yeah.
condition remain, then we'll bring it back in September and see what
I think that
happens.
sounds good. You just stated my motion.
Yeah, I'm inclined to support
Greg, you have a
Jared on
comment?
this, on this
What was
either
he saying? Are you speaking, Mr. Barnett?
Yes, I
Barnett
was. I
is considering supporting this.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, if Jared's changing his position on this, I was going to support him either way on this,
Yeah.
because I think we've made a move toward trying to clean things up.
We have.
When we got up here, there were properties that were atrocious, and they'd been that way for years, and we rode council to kind of get on the stick and take care of this, stop the complaining neighbors, don't make people move because houses are in horrid shape. And I think we need to send out a signal, and let the community know, we're going to require some reasonable level of compliance to keep your homes in decent shape for the benefit not only you, but your neighbors. And I intend to stand on that. Unfortunately, I typically look at these. This one I didn't, and I was hoping that we had photos like we did on the other one. I was going to take a look. So I'm a little bit at a loss on this one.
So it sounds like Deanna saw it today,
Yeah.
and Jared saw it a few days back, so he now sees some progress, plus he has some contact information.
Right, the problem I have with it is he's indicated this is going on for years.
It has gone on
And
a
I
long
really don't want to sit here and play this game again. So, unless Jared's got a real comfort level, my inclination is to go with his initial position and see if we can actually get something done, because I don't want to play, I don't want to spend city resources to continue to, oh, here we go,
Yeah, this one,
to continue to play with it.
by the corner center.
You probably drive by it.
With the color?
I probably do, and frankly, I hadn't really noticed it.
It's
which
sad
makes me
because it's
wonder.
a spectacular property, or it has the potential to be.
Forgive me, this is Vista or Windows 8, and I
What's this?
despise the program.
Radio telescope? What we got here?
Where's that, Greg? The radio, tell us.
Here is an image facing the front of the property. The front doors are tucked right behind that light pillar. There's a mound of dirt, some just dead grass, dead landscaping. There's a sprinkler system in the lower left-hand corner of the image. It sounds like it has been repaired, or it's in the process of being repaired, so that will at least get some water to the property. Again, this is looking to the right of the front doors. Just dead landscaping. It's been like this for 5 years now. Too long, unfortunately. And then this is to the
Rolls-Royce in there.
north of the property, adjacent to Santiago Boulevard.
He's driving a Rolls Royce, he can afford to turn on his sprinkler system, I'm pretty sure.
There's been a lot of grace given to this program.
That's the problem. 5 years of this, that just,
You know what?
Seems
So the mayor has, I believe the mayor made a motion to continue the item to next
did.
month, and I will second that motion.
Based on Deanna's report of
And,
today.
and our city
Jared's
manager's
information.
recommendation.
Yeah. Okay,
But
we got
we're
a
not
motion.
taking it off the books, so
No,
it's
of
still
course not.
open.
No, we're
Right,
just
it's,
moving it
that's
forward.
right.
And
If we see improvements, it won't come to you next month. All you gotta do is turn on some water, maybe install some landscaping. and
Jared, you do have within your scope of your position, you can actually find them and put it on the tax bill, right?
We can't find it.
Okay. I think that usually gets our attention too, right?
Well, it didn't get his, he paid
You'd be
it.
surprised. He paid a lot. So we have another source of income. In 2010, we find this property, our fine structure here is $100 for your first violation, $200 for your second violation, $500 for your third violation. Each day constitutes a new violation. It's $500 each and every day after 3 days. Fines tallied $59,000 on this property. It was assessed as property tax, and it was paid without question.
Amazing.
did you say 50,000?
59,000.
59,000?
So,
But you have a
Sorry.
phone number now, and you never did before.
I personally now have a phone number.
Yes.
all right, we have a motion and a second, call for the
Let's roll.
question.
$59,000 didn't fix it, I'm sure the phone
No.
call will.
Yeah, let's roll.
Okay.
Okay,
Continue the matter, voice vote.
all in
Yes.
favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Great.
Motion carries. Okay, next we're going to do the consent calendar, items 7 through 14. All items in consent calendar are considered routine and are usually enacted by one motion approving the recommended action listed on the agenda. Any member of the city council, staff, or public may request an item to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion or separate action. Council members, are there any items you'd like to have removed from the consent calendar?
7.
Item 7,
I was gonna
Mr.
pull that one
Barnett.
as well.
Okay.
13.
13 for Deanna. Any others? Seeing none, can I get a motion for the balance?
I'll
I so move.
Go ahead.
Okay, we
Second.
got a motion and a second. Jared?
Yes. Councilmember Mills.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pauly.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes, thank you. Item 7, Mr. Barnett.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on 7. On page, let's see, front and back, so it's 1, 2. Page 4, Jared's $10,000 tuition loan is on there. And I know that was presented to me. I didn't sign it because, as I recall, I was trying to, I think I was trying to figure out whether or not it was compliant for me to do so. But now it shows up on here, so I just kind of wondered what happened. I don't think I ever signed that.
No, you never signed it. This is just a list of checks that were written. The check was currently void. It's the $10,000, it's my request for $10,000 for a tuition loan for my master's program. I intend to go back next semester. I've applied to a couple programs. I'm just waiting on acceptance, so.
Is that part of
That's
your
right.
contract?
It's part of my contract.
It's part of his contract.
Yeah, that refreshed my recollection. There was no bill or anything at this point, and so I just made inquiry as to whether it was an appropriate time to fund it. When I made the inquiry, I think Jared suggested we'll just sit on it until it's ripe or the appropriate time or whatever, so I didn't sign it, and then I saw it here, and that raised the question, and now he just clarified that it was voided, so it isn't in there, and I guess we correct the record, and I moved, I will now
I have some
propose to move
questions
the
on
item.
item 7 as well.
Shoot,
But
yeah,
I think that's good to clarify. The loan, it's part of what we wrote up as a contract. If he takes that loan, he goes and he gets his schooling, it locks him into an additional commitment to the city of Villa Park. Is that how that contract ended up?
Generally, yes. Correct.
See, so we're going to get more bang for our buck because he's going to be a better educated city manager.
All right, what's your question?
Like, my item is just beneath that, under Lilly Planning Group, just because it was so bizarre. I see June, May, February, and it's just in such a strange order. What happened there?
The February bill got misplaced, and it was just timing. When it comes to year end, we pay the bills as soon as we get them in because we have to accrue them for financial statement purposes, whatever. Nobody needs to be bored with that. So we just had 3 bills to be paid at the same time.
Okay. It was just unusual for me to see them so out of order, as I just had to ask the question. And then on the next page, my other question is under payments to Rattan and Tucker, there's another $99. Villa Park Community Services Foundation, was that additional work that he had done? And are they then going to be billed to reimburse the city for that?
Yeah, well, yeah, the Community Services Foundation was deemed way back before I started to be a separate non-retainer account. Arguably, it could be billed to the foundation, but the city historically has made the policy decision just to pay it itself.
Okay.
That's
That
how
answers my
it's
question.
been done.
That's fine. It's not a huge amount of money. I just wanted to understand what that was for.
If I could make a comment on Rick on this check, because I had several questions on it that he answered for me. There were a few checks that were voided on here that I had questions on. I don't know if there's a way prior to the council meeting, if you could tell us that the checks are voided so we could, avoid it, because I understand, unless I asked him, I would have known it. You don't know that check was
Right,
voided.
and just for the record, I had no problem with the $10,000. Jared's entitled to it. It was just an issue of timing. I didn't recall what the policy or what we decided as to whether, he needed to be enrolled or at least signed up or something before we cut the check. But I think that Deanna's comment's even more significant, and that is, if these things are canceled, we don't know that, and we approve this, and now we've just approved funding on an item that was canceled. That's kind of odd. I think we should have an accurate list that we approve.
There was something else here that was minor, that I know the checks were voided, and that's great, because you told me they were voided, and I knew they were going to be, and if it could just even be a spreadsheet before we come up here that we know certain checks are voided, so we don't
Yeah,
approve them.
I think it's a
Yeah, and it
very
has to
good
be last
point.
minute. I understand that.
Yeah, I
But
don't-
unfortunately, we don't get this till Friday, so we don't get to ask the questions till Monday.
Yeah, just hand us something, because I don't want to approve something and find out I just approved something and it's not even accurate.
Right.
So then what we want to do before we approve item 7, we'll be removing that item because we're not approving something that the check was never written. Or
Well,
what?
yeah, like maybe they could tell, you could tell us
Yeah.
at the beginning, hey, these checks are voided right off the bat.
This is the
before we do it.
messiest one I've ever seen, quite frankly. It is, with lines through it and new check numbers handwritten over it. and
Absolutely, I made a mistake.
Oh, Michelle, in
know.
all these years, you
I
finally
know.
showed you're not perfect.
I know. Can
Okay.
you believe it?
All right.
Yeah, I can add a, thanks, Todd. I can add the register. Usually the voided checks are not the same period that the checks are written, so this was printed and then, this, for whatever reason, it's voided after the fact. Discussion with Jared, we've decided to void the 10,000. Normally it's not in the same time frame, so I can definitely include that. It just
Or you
probably
can
be not with the
verbally tell
question.
us when we're up here before we go to approve it that the following check numbers are to be voided, and we can make it part of the record. Because
Sure.
I realize you're not going to be able to void them till the next period. I understand that.
Right, sure, I can do that.
I'm sorry.
It's in direction, we'll figure out a way
Okay.
between now and next meeting on how to make it work.
All right, so did we have a motion on item 7? Rick, you made the motion.
I think I did, yeah. So,
I'll second it.
motions to approve it, subject to the modifications because of the voided checks.
Okay, do you need a roll call, Jerry?
Roll call, yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes.
Councilwoman Passanelli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pollock.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Councilwoman Fascinelli, 13.
13, okay. I have a question here. It looks like Union Bank was asked to come present their services to the city. And I'm wondering, was any other bank asked to present their services to the city, whether it be Chase or Bank of America or anyone else? Because we only asked one person here, and that's the person that it appears that.
I think Union came to us.
The way it's written, it looks like they were asked, so.
I think it was a recommendation.
Little clarification.
Michelle, it was a recommendation of, was it, I'm trying to remember who.
Well, what occurred was in our investment advisory committee meeting, we go over our investments every month, and one of the, I think it was a public comment that mentioned, hey, I have this
correct.
investor that's doing these certain type of investments. I'm getting a great return. We should look at it for the city. Oh, okay, bring the information in, and as we were researching it before the next meeting, realized that it was a not allowable investment. However, the IAC had requested that they come and do a presentation on this investment. They came at that meeting. The IAC, based on the rapport that we have with Union, was recommending to encourage to do investment with them. Now, the city has brought it to council's attention, however, because you can have more than one broker-dealer. It's not a big deal. So they were asking to bring them up as an additional investor to Wells Fargo. Now, about a year and a half ago, we went out for request for proposal for banking services. And at that time, we decided to stay with Wells Fargo. They had the best presentation upon our RFP. So this isn't canceling, they're just saying, okay, now it's going to be a competitive bid. Union can bring investments to us as well as Wells Fargo. That's all this is asking. This is a recommendation from the IAC.
And I think last month I polled that entire section that showed that we've been doing investments, we're spreading the wealth. In other words, just because we've got Wells Fargo as the broker for our laddered CD investment program, doesn't mean that we're buying everything just with Wells Fargo. Is that correct?
Well, they're our broker-dealer. We buy them from them.
But we're
not investing in Wells Fargo.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
When I was in it, the suggestion was, frankly, that we expand the scope. We thought about going with Union. Union's very active in the community, supports a lot of things, so we felt it was appropriate. And as it turns out, it's essentially both of them, so now we got a couple of competing bidders. which we let Union come in. Union's very active and supports the city, and that's where this came from. And unless somebody's got a comment, I'll
Competition is a
move it.
good thing, though.
Any other comments on this item? Okay, so you're moving it, I'll second it. Jared?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Patriarch.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes.
Councilman Pollock.
Yes.
Councilman Mills. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, now we move to old business, item 15. We will consider parking restrictions on Fernando Circle and Roberto Street. Jared, do you have a report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This action again considers parking restrictions on Fernando and Roberto. The item came to you a couple of months ago with a proposed option of prohibiting parking overnight between the hours of, 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. At that time, council elected not to go forward with that recommendation, sent it back to staff. Right now, staff's recommendation is to implement 2-hour parking limits on Roberto Street. Well, Roberto would prohibit parking altogether. Fernando, we would implement 2-hour parking limits between Laconia and Vita Drive. Public notices were sent out blanketing the area. At the time, I wanted to implement the parking restriction on Captain Circle, Laconia, Vita, and Fernando, anticipating that the problem would migrate to other areas of the city. We met with the CDC. CDC recommended to scale that back a little bit, removing Laconia and Vita Drive, and then the cul-de-sac portion of Fernando Circle. So as written in the resolution, the 2-hour parking restriction would be implemented on Fernando, and it affects approximately 10 homes that front it. Again, the issue stems from the parking across the streets in the city of Orange. So folks from the city of Orange are parking across the street, and it's used as an overflow parking lot. And now, unfortunately, our residents are punished because of it. We've heard some comments, and I believe I gave you a packet of emails that I received on the issue. Some folks were in favor of the 2-hour parking limit, some folks weren't in favor of it. Some folks recommended implementing a residential parking permit only program. That has been considered, still is being considered, but then the issue comes, how many permits do you issue to a number of homes? How many guest permits do you issue to the folks? There's no perfect solution except to get rid of the apartments. That's not going to happen.
I'd get on that, Jared.
Right? There's no perfect solution to this issue, but in our opinion, the 2-hour parking restriction offers a full 24-hour solution, where the overnight ban just prohibited parking for overnight. So essentially, somebody can park there from, 8 to 5. The 2-hour parking is a 24-hour window.
Mayor, can I ask for clarification? Hold on. You'll get your turn.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Any questions on this before we open it up to the
The
public?
CDC met on this. As you all recall, a couple months ago, we came in here and we had a lot of public comment, and it appeared that at first the residents wanted to have a permitted parking, and then they didn't want permitted parking. So what's occurred here is you have the overflow of the apartments.
Yep.
And there is parking over there. I looked at that myself. They can rent extra parking spots, and they're available, and the residents don't do it. So they're there. Each apartment complex over there, as well as the condos, has, I think, 4 or 5 of them. They can rent for, $100 a month, and so the residents are available to do that. At this point, something has to get done. So we recommended restricting the parking on Roberto. It is a traffic problem on Roberto. It's a mess on Roberto. There's a Time Warner truck that, should be paying rent to the city on Roberto. The 2 hours, the way it's been explained to me, is almost self-policing. Am I correct? That's a term that's been described to me. If someone's parked outside your home more than 2 hours, the police aren't going to come by with chalk on the tires.
Yeah, exactly. It could very well be self-policing. We would inform the sheriff's department, and the sheriff's department could go out there and mark the tires. It's up to the discretion of the officer at that time. As written, it potentially is self-policing, where if a resident has a problem with car parking in front of their house, and they know it does not belong to them or one of their visitors or guests or children, then yes, they would call the sheriff's department and send a deputy out there, and the deputy would chuck the tires.
One of the comments is, if we limit the parking, it's going to grow. But we don't know where they're going to go. Are they going to go down Fernando Circle? Are they going to go down to Catherine? They're going to go down Laconia? So we limited it to just a small area, and then let's see where the cars go, and wherever the cars go, we can always add more restrictions. I hate to put restrictions on parking if we don't need it in a certain area.
So we're just going to expand it as,
You can expand it. It's easier to
As you
expand, but
need
see
out.
where the cars go. I mean, I don't want to put the whole city under a parking restriction,
Yeah.
you know?
That's a tough thing.
It is
It
a
is,
very
yeah.
tough thing. And I'd hate to be the house with the cars that are always parked in
And we
front of
don't know
us.
what'll happen till we do it, and then we see what
I
happens.
don't know where
then
they're
we
going to walk.
react. Yeah.
That's all.
so,
Good point.
once the ticket is written, or whatever, is there also towing? Could I ask? I don't know. I mean,
I think it depends on signage, if you include towing on it, and in the ordinance, yes.
okay. That usually gets our attention.
You know,
You're talking about the same 8 or 10 cars,
Unless you're in
believe it or
LA.
not, for a long time.
so, everything I've read on this, it sounds like the cars are just going to move out. So my thought was, geez, does it make more sense to just restrict it to permitted parking and then give the people in the area whatever permits they need for their
We tried that at the last council meeting.
I'm
and
with
it
you
didn't
on
go
it,
well.
though. I'm
Yeah,
absolutely
I
with
agree,
you
yeah.
on that. I'm absolutely with you on that. And I actually was thrilled when people were actually coming to my house. You know, that's one of the problems when you live so close, in the middle of the afternoon wanting to sit down and talk. And the hardship that it presents for residents who want to abide by the law, if I'm at home sick one day, do I have to get up every 2 hours and move my car? And you've got a letter here from one of your neighbors, and I'm reading that. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to alleviate a problem for the residents. That's what we're trying to do. So we certainly don't want to do anything that's going to actually make their life more complicated. Permitted parking, I think, has worked very well for Feather Hill. The residents on Feather Hill seem very happy with it. I think that we should look at going that direction. All the input I'm seeing is that that's what they would prefer to have. A few signs that say parking by permit only. We issue permits. If they come and say, I need 5 permits, we just simply give them the permits.
And what if they sell that permit to the person who lives at the apartment
In
across
front-
the way?
Well, do you really think that's going to happen?
Oh, with a teenage son, sure. Of course.
I have more faith in my residents than that.
But we did have that on the agenda. The only reason this came back this way is because we were ready to give permitted parking 2 months ago.
Correct.
So that's why this was kicked back.
And it was 1 o'clock in the morning. That was the other
All right,
issue. I think
let's-
we were tired.
Let's open this up to the public. Sir, if you'd like to come speak on this item, you're welcome to come on up.
Okay, sure.
It's kind of a tough issue, but we're just trying to protect our residents and want to do the best thing for our people in our town, obviously.
Rich Andrews, I live at 18152 Fernando Circle. And Jared, I mean, when the information that he indicated for the geographic area appeared to me to be different than the card that was mailed out to residents. And so my point of clarification was, I'm trying to find out, I mean, right now before you, you have resolution number 2013-3256. I don't have the verbiage on that, so I don't know what the geographical area is. So could somebody please provide the exact geographical area?
The issue, the public notice went out prior to our meeting with the CDC. The City Council has an internal policy where we'll notice the residents in the area of the affected restrictions. When I sent the notice out, I blanketed the area just to inform everybody. I'd rather over-notice than under-notice. The issue, the notice, included both sides of Catherine, both sides of Laconia, from 10881 to 10951, both sides of Fernando Circle, all the way down, and then Vita Drive from the stop sign to Montana Street. At the CDC meeting, CDC recommended scaling that back. So now, what we're looking at is Roberto, all red, and then both sides of Fernando Circle between Laconia and Vita. I believe there's 5 homes to the north on the north side of Fernando, and then maybe 6 or 7 on the south side that would be impacted.
Okay, great. Well, then I think I have some very, very useful information to you because Deborah, after that meeting with another homeowner, we put together a survey and basically surveyed the group on Fernando Circle with a couple of exceptions. Frank was not in the survey because I knew he was going to be here. But so may I approach you with copies for this?
Please,
Okay.
thank you so much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Does anybody else need one over here?
Yeah.
This is what they want.
Okay, so this is a survey with 9 responses to it, and it's basically the houses within the general area that you're talking about within Fernando Circle. There was actually one of them that was up on Catherine because I thought that was in the geographical area per the notice. And on the first page is a summary. It's exactly like the pages underneath it, but it's just the individual information. There are some comments there from some of my neighbors as well. And so we asked them, do you support 2-hour parking restrictions? The response was 4 yes, 4 no, and 1 maybe. And basically the maybe was, they needed to know the details, really what's there.
Called a mixed bag.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
If you're looking for something right down the middle, that was this one. But you can see when we asked them about do you support permit parking, it was 8-4 and then the one maybe. I think that many of my neighbors were familiar with Orange, just west of where we are, that they have permit parking there on Mallard and then a little further west. And you will notice the last page of your handout is one of the visitor hanging tags that would go in one's car. The way their program is set up, there's a small decal that can be issued, 2 or 3 of those to a homeowner to put in the lower left-hand corner of their windshield. I would think that those might not even be necessary because most homeowners don't even park on the street. So the program over there that they do that, they then have the placard kind of things that hang down. 5 are issued to each homeowner, and as people come, if you're parking your driveway, of course, that's not an issue. They seem to really like it over there, and it's met its purpose. So that's the information I have on parking. I asked about no parking on Roberto. You see there that respondents were 6 said yes, that they would prefer to have no parking there. 2 were no, and 1 was either not sure or there was a battle between the husband and wife on that. I couldn't remember exactly how that went. But anyway, and then I asked one other question of as you can see there, do you think that establishing no parking on Roberto Street would have the result of moving the apartment condominium parking people further into Villa Park? The residents were really hesitant on this. I think the reason was the previous 3 questions are self-centered, they're personal, they can take care of it. Here I'm asking them to speculate on somebody else's behavior, and you can see the responses there, 3 yes, 1 no, and 5 maybes. But I would like to tell you 2 anecdotal stories that I heard while talking to people. First of all, I got this story twice where homeowners saw 2 cars pull into the area, 1 park, the person get out and gets in the other car then and is driven back over to the apartment complex. So if that behavior is happening
it could certainly migrate 2 blocks into Villa Park. The other one, I was kind of fortunate to stumble across a person that's in Orange, the development just to the west of us, and their restricted parking is south of Locust Street. North of that, you don't require parking. This lady happens to live in the first house north of Lotus, which is in the no permit area. And she gets people parking there all the time. The one that's most interesting to her is the gentleman that parks, gets out, jumps on his skateboard, and goes down the street. So I think that there would be some migration. So I just wanted to inform you of that. So I guess kind of in conclusion, I would like to say that I would hope that the council would not approve Resolution 2013-3256, either amend that or create a new proposal or new resolution that would have the following 3 elements. Number 1, there would be no parking on Roberto. Number 2, that there would be a permit system that would be implemented for residents in the impact area, and so now that has been scaled back quite a bit to Fernando Circle.
You mentioned 3 items?
The third one was the geographic area.
Okay.
So
Expand it?
No,
Which is what we
I'm
did.
happy to have it whatever you.
Okay, what we did.
Whatever is on the current.
Sure.
The current one is fine. I'm just saying that those 3 are the critical things. The geographical area, no parking, or they permit parking in that geographical area. I agree those 2 really kind of go together. And then the survey of the residents there certainly indicated that they preferred no parking on Roberto. The two residents that were most impacted because their property is adjacent to that, they were very strongly supportive of that. There's people that do illegal fishing that come in the middle of the night making a lot of noise. There are all kinds of interesting things happen in that area. People changing the oil in their cars and stuff. And I think that there may be some hardship on the people in Orange, but I think that Villa Park has a certain feel to it, and people coming into our community, if they're coming into Roberto with cars parked on both sides, and that it's just not this is not really welcome to Villa Park, and I think you feel that as well.
I think
Yes.
Councilman Fasenelli said it. There's parking at the condominiums and apartments that they can purchase, so they should get out of there, really. Parking in Villa Park at all.
Yeah, we were actually surprised that one vehicle that parked quite frequently in front of our house. My wife flagged down the officer as they came by, put a note on the car. Another neighbor saw the person look at the note and was really upset. She parked across the street the next day, and after that, we never saw her. We thought she was gone, and lo and behold, yesterday, we walked through the parking lot over there, and there's her car. So she must have rented one of the spaces. So looks like a note on the car worked out really well.
Thank you,
Rich.
I just have to commend you and the residents for getting together like you did, and this was really eye-opening and insightful. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this.
You're welcome. And I tried to be, you know me from the last meeting, I could be kind of opinionated on things. And I really wanted to find out what people were interested in, where they are. I'll tell you that you're going to get, and this is going to be a bulletin to you, I know, you're going to get a little pushback when you start putting some signs in. I mean, hopefully we could find some places that meet the legal requirements, but at the same time are aesthetically as attractive and more places possible.
I understand that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Frank, it took so
Next. My name is Frank Toy. I live at 18191 Fernando, Mayor and Council. Thank you for not having this meeting past my bedtime. I don't agree with any of you guys, I'm sorry. You guys are going to do any people can we park in front of your house? Do you park cars in front of your house at night? That's discrimination. You're discriminating against me. I pay taxes. I moved into the city thinking it was a nice open area. I understand the problem. If you've been in on my street in the last 2 months since that last meeting, we don't have half the cars parked there anymore. It's way down. The guy with the cable company, it's real simple, officer. Write him a ticket. It's a commercial vehicle. He's not allowed on the street overnight, period. You do that, you start eliminating some of this. I don't think it's fair that I can't park in front of my own house. If I have a guest, I got to remember to give him a permit so he doesn't get a ticket. I don't think any of your guests would enjoy that where you live.
I have the permit thing on my street. It's not a big deal.
Then give me a permit, but you got to give me something. You can't, and not 2 hours, because you're right. If I'm sick and I got to go out there every 2 hours, that's taking away my freedom.
But you would have permits, and you would have permits to give to your guests.
Yeah.
that-
Yeah,
and
I
you certainly
have a
wouldn't
permit.
call the sheriff's department.
And I'll be
on
honest
your
with you, my son-in-law is one of the people that used to park on the street. Guess where he's going to park next? In my driveway. But I don't have a choice, he's my son-in-law, okay? But I'm just saying, it's been way down the parking in the last 2 months. It's been almost in half. There's some nights there's only 2 cars on that street.
What do you attribute that to?
I have no idea.
I'm curious, just...
Am I right? If you've driven by it, it's way down. We don't have half the cars it used to be. We used to have a window washing company guy there, a cement guy there, the cable guy was there. It's real easy, ticket them. They're running a business. It's real easy. It's against the state or the city rules to park a commercial vehicle overnight, period. You'd eliminate at least half the problem.
That's
Interesting.
a very good point.
Yeah. Jared, is that true? Is there any reason why we haven't done that, or?
There are certain regulations, I don't know them off the top of my head, but it's a commercial vehicle in excess of a certain amount of feet, in excess of a certain amount of pounds.
Yeah.
And it's hard to distinct if a F-250 is used for a personal vehicle, or if it's used
Well, it sounds like there's verbiage on the truck or something, yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll look into that for sure. That's a good point you bring up.
If you were looking to try to eliminate the commercial vehicle, and don't get me wrong, I just retired, I used to drive one of these, but I never parked it in the street, I parked it in my driveway.
Yeah.
So the people that have a business, too bad, pay to have it parked somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Frank. Next.
Thank you. My name is John Schwartz, and I do live on Fernando Circle, directly across from the property that was a little bit of a nuisance. I think it's a no-brainer that you ought to not allow parking on Roberto. That's just, and that eliminates a lot of the problem, I think, and I'd do that as a first step and see what happens on Fernando. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
By the way, in the other issue, the house on the corner of Center and Santiago has always been a problem, as long as I can remember. And I'm thinking about the one that's across the street from the Appleman's place, and I'm thinking, that's an eyesore, but nobody ever goes past it. But everybody passes that other one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, good point.
Once again, Richard Harris, Mr. Mayor, Council. I live at 18211 Fernando Circle. I get to see both my neighbors show up here. It's the only time I already see them. Anyway, every time a law is passed, a little bit of me dies. And when a law is passed right in front of my house, I really panic. And I got the notice from Jarrett, and I was just running around the house. Oh my God, how can they do this? Like you guys could almost look like the state of California to me. But that's a joke, really. But I did think of that when you were talking about the state pushing things upon us. But this resolution simply says no parking on Roberto, no parking, 2-hour parking in front of those 11 houses. And I've had discussions with Jarrett, and he's assured me that it's not going to be a system where the police will only go there if a resident calls. It's not going to be like that. I read the notice and I thought that's what he meant. I thought he meant that we won't send the sheriff out unless a resident's called first. That's not the way it's going to be. And when you write a law, a resolution, change the code. That's what the judge looks like when he looks at your ticket and you walk in. It's none of this, Jared told me just to call down to City Hall and get a permit. He told me, you just call the City Hall and tell me you're having a party, and then I'll call the Sheriff's Department, and they'll let the guy that's on duty that night know, now, is this how we make laws? Is this how you run a business? I'm very successful in my business. I never ran it that way. You tell him, he tells him, he tells him, it gets lost. What's written in this resolution is what the law will be. And they'll chalk those cars, it'll be 2 hours, and you're out. Your son comes home from college, 2 o'clock in the morning, he drives down from San Francisco, he looks at the driveway and he thinks, you know what, I don't want to park behind Mom and Dad, they're going to leave early, I want to sleep in, I'll just park on the street. Next morning he's got a ticket, I don't know how much they're worth. So we're losing rights. Now, I've said all this, I'm not in the zone. John's not in the zone, we're 1 house away, but I know it's coming. It's probably going to be that way. So I would like to see a different system. You know, it's very difficult, but I don't want to invite 8 people over for a bridge, which I can't even play anymore, but invite 8 people over for a bridge and have to call down there and say, Jarrett, having 8 people over for a bridge, and then pray that the word gets to this guy and this guy and this guy, so I'm not standing in front of a judge with my 8 friends saying, no, I was there when they passed the resolution. They told us that it only be done if someone called in. You see my point?
Oh, yeah.
This doesn't work. So there's more work to do on this, and I appreciate your work on it, and I guess there is a problem. I've only looked at it since I got the notice, and there's nobody parking there. I looked down Laconia, 1 car, 5 cars. In this area you're talking about the other day, there were only 4 cars total. East of there was 1 car. But I guess, you got my point, I've talked enough. I just don't want to lose any rights, and the permit thing, I guess, is, if we have to go that way, we'll just have to do it, but I hate to see that too, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
I'm a law-abiding citizen, but I'll tell you what, if I parked in front of your house and you called on me, if I was a teenager, could I retaliate? I don't think anybody wants that. I feel I live in a glass house. I don't want to call on my neighbor because he parks in front of my house, or his son. Maybe his son might get mad and egg my car, egg my house. You're asking for trouble if you're asking for us as citizens to police. That's not our job. Maybe I'm thinking wrong, but I'm sorry, that's the way I think. And I'm not trying to put the police in any situation, I'm just saying, we don't throw stones. Any of you perfect? Because I'm not.
Here's a little different idea, and I've had the same question that you've just asked, and that was, what's happened recently? I mean, it's gone from, just, I don't know, there's like 20 cars parked out there on Roberto and on the street to, 3 or 4 total. And so right now, there's not a problem, and I think some of the comments that you've heard are pretty much like I feel, that I don't like big government solutions to things. And what I would be willing to do, since there's not a problem right now, if you would kind of semi-deputize me, that I would be willing to try to talk. You don't give a gun, guys. Don't give him a gun. Maybe I'll try to talk to. I mean, did the homeowners association say something to the people? Maybe I could provide some information for the next meeting. Something happened.
Yeah.
I can't believe all those people on vacation.
All the college kids went back to school.
That's probably what it is.
They all left August 1st.
That could be right there.
And so, but anyway, I mean, I think that's a valid question. There's not a problem right today. And if you wanted to postpone a decision on that for a month, I would be happy to come back.
With more input.
Well, I say that. What's the date of the next meeting?
September 24th.
Okay, I'm okay. I'm not okay? I think I'm okay. So, And so, if you wanted to do that, to postpone your decision for a month, I would try to answer that, and maybe there's some way that we could do something that maybe, less heavy-handed than a permit system.
Good input, thank you.
I've listened.
What if we were to ban the parking on Roberto and then table or continue the other issues? Is the Roberto, I've been just sitting here listening to all this, it sounds like nobody's got a problem prohibiting parking on the entrance there.
2 people do, and one's not sure, per the list here.
Yeah, but what he's hearing,
What I'm hearing.
Most of them want to do it, yeah.
Right. I'm thinking, what if we prohibit that and then table the rest to see how it plays out?
Let's bring this back to how this started. The council didn't bring this up.
Yeah.
This came from residents' complaints.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, so
Reactive.
let's make sure that we
Yeah.
we
Were
get
they
this right.
residents that lived on that street?
Yes, complaining that cars were parking in front of their home, and that went
Correct.
on for months and months. This
Correct.
was not something that just went on for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3
And
weeks.
it was 20 cars. It was
And
a
it was
lot.
a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot of
So it
cars.
has now,
In the
it
light
came
blue?
here, we discussed it, the city sent out a survey to all the residents on Vida, Laconia, Fernando. They sent it out, asked for their comments, they returned it. So the city did that in itself. We came back here, put it on the council with what the residents wanted, which was the parking permit. At that particular time, we had as much discussion as we've had now, and it was tabled, and that's been tabled for several months. So it's been brought back. So I don't want to see this tabled and brought back again, because we've spent hours and hours that, just because the cars weren't there right now for 30 days, but they were there for a year.
Yeah.
So I think we need to make a decision, and what I'm hearing here, the 2-hour parking, I agree, I think the 2-hour parking is not
that's out the
something.
window,
When we
right.
first talked about it at the CDC, we were talking about doing the parking permit and giving them 5 permits and being done with it, and Roberto is red, and using a very limited amount of homes that the permits would have to be issued, because those were the people who were complaining.
Affected people,
Affected.
yeah.
And if it grows, then the people who are affected by it can come, complain, and we can see what happens at that point.
Yeah.
We just can't keep, going month to month.
All right, looks like we have a new speaker. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Judy Andrews, Rich's wife at 18152 Fernando, and I'm probably one of the ones that started it. I called Councilwoman Fasanelli a couple of months ago, and I was just to the boiling point with this parking issue. I mean, it's all the time. Granted, I'm at home a lot, but every time I look out my front window, every time I leave my home and come back, there are the cars. Now, I don't know why it's suddenly, disappeared or dwindled, but I don't want to see a recurrence of it. I do believe that when Orange instituted their permit parking, which was about 3 years ago, it all migrated our way. It really did, because I don't recall having a huge problem like that we've had recently until a couple of years ago, and I think that the two are linked, and I don't see this problem going away. If you look on the other side of Collins at all the condominiums and apartments there, I mean, those cars are stacked, fender to bumper all the way along those streets. And this is just going to be a recurring issue. I'm with Councilwoman Fasanelli. I don't want to see this tabled. If we want to start small and let it grow, that's fine, but I think at the very least we need to do something about Roberto and Fernando between Laconia and Vida. And I would encourage you to please do something.
Thank you, Judy. Yep. Well. We've heard a lot of comments tonight.
We all agree, though, that Roberto, we could red curb all of Roberto. Are we all in
Yes.
agreement on that?
I think everyone agrees
Are
on
we all,
Roberto.
are we all there on
Yeah.
that? Okay.
I'd
So
like-
that part, we're all good on.
Yeah.
All right, let's move from there.
I'd like to actually, if we could, amend it to have permitted parking in the same homes that we're talking about, but not 2-hour parking, a permitted parking.
Along with Roberto Red.
Roberto's red.
I think that
And the
sounds
permitted
like a
parking,
good place
give
to
those
start.
residents 5 parking permits,
Yeah.
and if they need more because they're having a party, then they call the city and we'll give them more.
Okay, can I ask a
Todd
question?
has the big book open.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
kind of scary.
I know, that book.
Are you going to
I hope
add?
that ain't
Get
from
that
state of
fun.
California, Todd. It looks awful beefy.
I'm going to read from 1 Corinthians.
Big book. Hey, it looks like a Bible, doesn't it?
What's that book?
Villa Park Code isn't the big one.
That is
No.
so fantastic.
Just, so preferential parking, so we were talking, right, when we, there's a separate process for that, and it's in the code. So you have to have 50% of the people impacted petition the city, then the city does it, and then we have to amend our master parking resolution.
Okay.
So stuff has to come back if we're going to do a permit parking issue. You get 4 permits. If you request them, you can get more if the city manager okays it. You can get 8 visitor permits or more if the city manager requested. But I don't think really under the code, it would be a stretch to do that tonight. We'd have to get a petition from the neighbors to do that, bring
This
it back.
doesn't count?
Well,
This is a
They start-
I haven't
this is a
seen
survey,
that.
though.
I'm
Come on.
pushing it,
You're
I'm
trying
asking.
really
I'm
hard.
I want to get it done, huh?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Not enough words here for Todd.
This, I
That's where we're headed right now, because it's.
I really like, though, that the neighbors all got together. I really like that they did that. Must have all happened Sunday afternoon. Is that pretty much, yeah? Tell me about it. Yeah.
Okay, can we take care of Roberto tonight?
Yeah, let's make a motion.
Yeah, I'm
Can we
thinking,
separate it?
Can I ask a question, though?
I'm thinking we do Roberto tonight as well.
We can do Roberto, as long as there's no signs, we just red curb it.
Yes,
When we
that
red
sounds
curbed
doable.
that portion, this was before you guys were on the council, we had issues there, and we red curbed, and it really did kind of boil things down, and things calmed down quite a bit. But then it didn't take long before every single one of those slots were filled, and they started coming around. But I want to ask a question of Jared and/or council, well, they're conferring.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Because something that Mr. Harris brought up, and you really touched my heart the way you spoke, but had to do with a party, if he's having a party. We have a system in place that works pretty well up the hill where they have no parking on one side of the road. And they simply,
They simply send me an email, and I simply forward it to Lieutenant Gunzel, and he informs the deputies, and we haven't had any issues with it.
it's much more formalized than that.
Pretty
Because there's
casual.
like I see them in the box, you know, on the deputies, you know, outside of their door. It's a form that I see in there saying party on this weekend, you know, no ticketing on, you know, so it's not that big of a deal, just quick email off, and, you know, if you're going to have a card party or something like that, because we certainly don't want people to not be able to enjoy their home.
We're small enough of a city that we are able to do
But what
that.
I'm saying is if we're going to bring something back later on, I'd like to have that included in how we handle the situation there as well. That's all.
I'm torn, though, that it has to be brought back. I'm
gonna
sorry,
have to.
because we were here
Yes.
3 months ago, and I didn't think it had to be brought back with the parking
Well,
permit. So
you know,
what's the difference?
I just looked at this, and I think it's sufficient enough. If you want to deem it a petition under our code, we can do that. So if you
Okay.
do want to do at least the one that had more than the 8 out of the
Yes.
10.
The permit, yeah.
So Roberto red and parking passes.
Roberto Red,
Parking
and then
passes.
behind
Be done
you,
with it.
on the aerial image, it would be these 5 homes beginning at Vida. These 5 would have the parking permits. And then I'd include this home down here, just directly across from the stop sign in Vida. Those 3, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4. I believe this home is accessed off Collins.
Right.
So we'd look at 4, 3, and 5 homes for the
Yep.
parking permits.
Okay, that sounds good to
That
me.
sounds good
Looks
to
like
me,
we
too.
have another comment. Come
Well,
on.
I guess maybe it's just clarification. Am I understanding that we're going to paint Roberto red and do the permit parking on those homes?
Yes.
Yes, that's
together?
where we're
Yes.
headed right now.
Okay, I just
Yep.
wanted to be sure we didn't paint Roberto red and then do nothing on
No,
Fernando, because those
no.
cars will just migrate.
You're right,
Okay,
no.
Thank you.
All right, was
I
that a
move-
motion?
Yes,
Yeah.
I motion.
I like
move.
that.
Wait, we've got
Clarify a
something.
couple of things.
The traffic engineer.
Yes. When we give the permit, there's a couple of issues that we need to take care of. Either we prohibit the parking except with permit, which means no one can park there, and even the landscapers, anybody who's coming, or guests and so on, they would be required to have the guest parking permit. The second option is to have a limited parking for 2 hours or half an hour, whatever the council can decide, that will eliminate for any landscapers coming in or a housekeeper and so on, so they can park within that limit, okay, in addition to the long-term parking, which is the permit parking. So those are a couple of the things.
Let me ask a question to Jared. Jared, on Feather Hill, you heard Akram's 2 options on that. Tell us about the problems you have on Feather Hill.
Feather Hill, I believe half of Feather Hill has this residential parking tournament program that we're
They don't have the 2-hour deal.
I don't think they
with
do.
the permit. No, I don't believe so.
I don't know if
And you don't really
I don't
hear
think
of
we do,
issues,
and I don't
right?
think we have any problems with it, except on Saturdays and Sundays when there's Little League tournaments or soccer tournaments.
Let the housekeeper park in the driveway for an hour.
Or when they go in, they can take the permit and put it on the car.
And I've seen the gardener where they just give one of the permits to the gardener and they keep it, just
You
stick
think
it
it
in the
only
window.
takes an hour to
Big
clean
deal.
those houses?
Yeah, again, I agree
You know
with
what?
Akram and our traffic engineer.
It takes- no. You're talking 4 to 6, you're talking 4 to 6 hours.
I'd reserve judgment
Yeah.
to the officer's discretion as well. I mean, if he sees it's clearly a pool vehicle, he'll likely, drive on by, or if
Yeah,
it's
right.
contractors working on the
Right.
house, or the pink Molly maid car.
If it's
sitting
a
out front.
Time Warner truck, I'd be cautious.
Time Warner truck, on the other hand, will fly.
You know, and that's the other thing, is directed enforcement in that one
I
area
did.
might alleviate a lot of the problems.
I'm trying.
I mean, the 2-hour parking would accommodate just your general home maintenance. We can include that in here, allow 2-hour parking and...
I wouldn't.
I guess we'll start with
But
that.
it would just...
This is the same thing as Feather Hill, and we have the red zone,
Exactly,
and we'll,
Greg.
if we have to expand it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll make a second.
Okay, we have a
I have a
motion.
first.
Rick has seconded it. So, do you want to restate your motion, Deanna? Make sure we're
Todd, why don't you
understanding.
restate it for me?
Roberto read.
I forget, I get confused on this.
I'll bring back a resolution on the consent calendar next month, cleaning everything up. But what we're going to move forward with is the prohibited parking on Fernando.
No, Roberto. I thought.
Roberto, excuse me,
Thank you.
from
Red.
Collins to Fernando. So that stretch will all be red curb. And then on Fernando Circle, we have the 5 houses on the north end, which will have permit parking. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7 houses to the south of the Fernando Circle. So between Laconia and Vida, that would have permit parking.
That's cool.
The code calls for 4 residential permits and 8 guest permits, but we'll issue more if need be.
And the code gives the city manager the discretion. Now, we do have
Okay.
to post it under state law. You can't
Yeah.
enforce parking, so there will be signs.
Yeah,
So have to post
they
it.
mentioned the signs. We're going to do our best to make the signs look decent.
Use
Feather Hill
existing-
has them. You get used to them. They're not that obstructive. They're
How
not
ma-
that bad.
How many signs would that require, Akram, for a small stretch like that?
Maybe 4
Probably
beginning
is
and
going to
end.
be two on, probably 2 on each side, on the south side, and probably 3 on the north side.
You have to have a sign, though. I
You
mean,
do.
that's-
They're not
it is
bad.
what-
I mean,
So
they're on my street.
Probably
They're
we'll
not bad.
have, in other words, total of 7. We'll have, one way of doing it is to have a sign says begin and end, begin and end. So that's on one side, and so that's 4, and 3 in the, on the north side. So a total of 7.
Yeah.
And
Obviously,
reverse-
we're not going to go sign crazy. We're going to put the minimum we believe is to get the job done.
That's no problem.
Right. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Jared?
I apologize, I didn't write down the maker of the motion.
Deanna is the maker, and Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Before you do that, the residents that live there, I just want a show of hands, how many of you approve of the motion that's before us? I just want to see. Okay.
All right, let's roll.
I don't agree with it overall.
Okay.
You're going to have to expand it, folks.
I just, okay.
Well,
okay. yeah.
it's a definite maybe. We don't know till we do it.
I'm not a betting man.
Well, and you know what? It can be
It can be
undone.
expandable.
It can be undone.
Exactly.
It's very flexible, and, if this pushes it to the end of the cul-de-sac, we'll add
Yeah.
those homes.
All right, let's go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilman Barnett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes, thank you. New business item 16, we're going to consider approving a new entrance sign at Santiago and Taft. Jared, do you have a report, please?
Yes, this will be our third sign. Again, per your master list, which you established last year, Santiago Boulevard and Taft Avenue is next on that list. We met with the CDC on August 19th and went over a couple renderings, which are included in the staff report for you. This sign is consistent with the other two that we have previously installed on Lemon and Villa Park Road, and then Villa Park Road and Wanda. What's a little bit different about this sign is the private wall in the background of it. The private wall in the background is different than the private wall that we worked with at Lemon and Villa Park Road. This one's a couple feet taller, and it's a different type of material. It's split-face masonry stone as opposed to the sign that was on Lemon, which was already stuccoed. In order to re-stucco this sign and dress it up a little bit, we're going to have to use quite a bit of more material, which adds weight to the wall, which adds new engineering calculations. So what we suggest here is on page 3 of the rendering, the plan view, you'll see where we are going to notch out, I don't know, 6 to 12 inches of concrete on each side of the sign and plant some creeping ivy. The creeping ivy there will ultimately cover the background of that wall, and the sign will be standalone. It will have the LED light and be consistent with the others.
Nice with the ivy.
Yeah.
That'll look good.
Yeah, I like the plants.
Yeah, I do too.
It's a heck of a lot cheaper than replacing
it's
that
good
block
plan.
wall
It'll
as
look
well.
better.
Yeah, it will look good.
The cost to do this sign is approximately $27.
Coated too, heavily, right?
Heavily coated.
Yes.
Yeah, it's heavily trafficked too. It's
Oh,
right on
yeah.
the main walkway for the
Yeah.
high school. We don't want to build a planter that will gather
Exactly.
trash. We don't want to build a ledge that could be potentially used for skateboarding.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Sure.
The cost for this sign is approximately $27,000. The sign itself is $22,445. Then we need to run power for the LED light strip. We're going to have to coordinate with the City of Orange there because they're all City of Orange traffic signals. And then, miscellaneous contingency of approximately $1,500. So the total project cost is $27,000, and in the budget this year we have $40,000 to do the work. With that, we're available for any questions.
Comments or a motion?
I second.
Okay, Jared?
Motion is to approve the sign construction. Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Polly?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett?
Yes.
Mayor Reese?
Yes. Thank you. Item 17, under new business, we're going to consider City Hall staffing levels. Jared, do you have a report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This option is consideration of our staffing levels. The assistant to the city manager, Ryan Smoot, recently resigned the city and left us for the city of Bellflower to accept a similar position. We took this as an opportunity to potentially restructure City Hall, and my recommendation, given the current climate of the city with the planning inconsistencies that we're finding in our municipal code and all the code enforcement activity going on, I'd seek to hire an assistant planner code enforcement officer. I envision this as a limited position, 2, potentially 3 years. The individual would work closely with Jennifer and clean up our municipal code. She can't find the time in the 12 hours a week that she's here, so this would be a full-time 40-hour-a-week position. The second position I propose to create is a management assistant. Again, this would be full-time. I'd task them with some of the communication and then the city clerk duties. This sheds some of the minor stuff that I do and takes it away from me. The assistant would operate the eNet, manage content on VPTV, on YouTube, the city's website, an electronic sign out front of Chase if we so go down that path. They'd work at feeding articles to the Orange County Register, feeding articles to the Villa Park Hidden Jewel magazine. To do this, I'd look at eliminating the 2 part-time paid intern positions that we have. We budget approximately $10,000 a year for them. And then the assistant to the city manager position. So we'd essentially get rid of 3 positions, 2 part-time, 1 full-time, and hire 2 full-time employees. The cost to the city for doing that and adding the positions is another $10,000 a year. The other option is maintaining the status quo and seeking, I'd scale it back, not an assistant to the city manager, but maybe a management analyst, and then hire the 2 part-time paid interns again. But I think we'd really get more value out of 2 full-time employees who are here. Unfortunately, it's just difficult to keep interns accountable when we're only paying them $10 an hour and they're constantly out on job interviews, which is ultimately the goal. So that's the plan that's before you. I'd open up the recruitment process and see what kind of applicants that we get. I envision quite a bit. We'd like some continuity, so we're hoping to keep somebody here for a while. I mean, in Villa Park, it's just historically been a 2 to 3 year position, and then they move on. If we could find somebody capable of, being here for 5 to 10 to 15 years, even better. Is that doable at the salary of, especially for a management assistant of $35,000 a year? Who knows? We'll just see what happens based off those applications.
Thank you, Jared. Any comments from council on this?
Question, because it says employee benefits with no dependents. Does this mean you're only going to be contemplating, because I don't think you legally can.
Of course not, obviously. I mean, that's illegal, you can't do that.
Okay,
No,
Brad.
we
Well, you
cannot
know that you already knew
Point.
the answer before you
I want to
asked.
make a point. Does it bother you that I want to
Well,
make a point?
it does, because it's wasted talk.
It's not wasted talk. It's not wasted talk.
All right.
So it's entirely possible that the bottom line will actually be more.
It's entirely possible, yes. If we find an employee with benefits, council will pay 33% more. I'm not sure what that equates to, maybe another $3,000. Chances of finding somebody to work for $35,000 a year who has dependents, I think it's slim to none, but you never know.
Be rough going.
It'd be rough going.
This is my concern. This reminds me of what happened at the beginning of our previous city manager's tenure, because the structure looks very similar. And, it starts off, it's just not that bad, but, then every year, of course, you're going to be coming saying, oh, you got to give everybody 5% raise, and the next thing you know, we've got ourselves back where we were when, the residents were standing out here with pitchforks because they were unhappy with watching this expanded government. You're getting rid of 2 people, but you're really not. The interns, 1 position's not filled at all right now. Is that true? So, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just wondering if you might not be better off just finding somebody that's capable of handling quite a bit more, as Ryan was, and paying that one individual commensurate with what you were paying Ryan, or that one individual, as opposed to expanding the size of our city staff, which is only going to lead to more pay and benefits, salary and benefits being paid, and the residents don't like it. That's all I have to say about it. I appreciate your creativity and what you're trying to do, and I know you guys have a lot of things you're doing, but there's an ebb and flow, and I think once you've gotten through the budget cycle and everything, things are going to calm down. I think you'd be better off just finding a good, competent, qualified person. They're out there, and paying them what they're worth and bringing them in. That's what I'd rather see you do.
I have a question. What is all this zoning work that we're thinking about doing that's going to require somebody for years? I'm not sure what.
These are the number of inconsistencies found in our municipal code. I can cite several sections. Again, I don't know them off the top of my head, but I can go there, where it references a section 23-26. You go to 23-26, and it's non-existent. We have a permit for circus tents in the community. We haven't had circus tents since the 70s.
Oh, you found another item.
There's a number of issues that require a lot of time to go through and draft these ordinances. And to clean it up through the municipal code, I think it's a perfect job for an assistant planner. And then planning and code enforcement go hand in hand. It all relates to the code. So,
Is that something we could hire, either an outside contractor or a temporary person or something, and just assign them that task, as opposed to kicking the payroll up and putting somebody on there?
There are companies that do municipal code updates, like on a maybe 10-year basis, and they look through your code and say, do you want this? This is out of date. So there are. They're sort of expensive, though.
I don't know what the cost would be.
Yeah.
I just hate to, I mean, Jared, we talked about this a bit, but I just hate to stack somebody in for that position. We talked about this before, and I talked about let them know it's in a certain period of time that we anticipate, and then I kind of got shot down on that. That would be detrimental. So my concern is that we're going to create a spot here that's going to carry on till ad infinitum, like so much government stuff seems to. And if that's what we're talking about, we'd be better off either hiring some temporary people or outside contracts and just get that task done and then focus on whatever we have left and not start building all this payroll. That's my concern.
It's a very valid concern. However, in the past, we've seen that it is untrue. I mean, we've had an MPDS coordinator at one time hired with the city. We don't have such a position anymore. We contract out for that service. So while it carries on, who knows? I mean, I envision it as a 2 to 3 year position. If the gentleman who we hire or lady who we hire stays here for 15 years, great, even better. It's a benefit to you guys.
Well,
If they move on, then we reevaluate when they move on. Are we in the same position with the city? I mean, it's flexible. It's
The management assistant you'd want sticking
Yeah.
around,
Yeah,
but
right.
not
We had
necessarily as an
discussion of
individual.
this, and-
Well, wasn't that the whole idea behind hiring, Lilly and Associates or whatever, is that the name of your company? When we started, and of course, we've hired this individual, and she's identifying a lot of things, and since we've been digging into it, and it's good work, but, if it's been on the books as long as it has been, you just chip away at it a little bit at a time. It's okay, you can't do everything at once, but we're chipping away at it, and it's an ongoing process. It's a process that really never ends, because as soon as you get through all of it, there's a whole new set of rules. It's kind of like redoing your house. It just never ends, It's the same thing. So, I think we just keep chipping away at it the best we can as we have been doing it. And you find yourself a really good management assistant. They can be your second, somebody that you can rely on. And then you just make busy work. You have an intern that's responsible for, whatever, Rick's sign, something like that,
Or monitoring, just picking through the code. You got an intern doing nothing but just grinding through the code, looking for
there you go.
inconsistencies.
There you go.
But a good assistant, a good long-term assistant, where we don't have all this turnover, even if we have to pay for it.
I think you will have to pay for it. And that's why we find it's a revolving door. $50,000 a year for a management analyst here, well, it sounds like a great salary, and it is. Cities are offering that position at 60, 65, 70 grand. And why wouldn't you leave Villa Park and
But everybody can't have that. There's not a 65 grand position for everybody out there.
but folks will apply for it.
But it comes up every so often, then they split.
We've lost,
Yeah.
two management analysts?
In a matter of a year or two, it comes
No,
up.
but the driver for Ryan, though,
Goes
really,
up.
brand new baby, a job 5 minutes from his house. I mean, we can't compete with that no matter what. This is just part of management. It's unfortunate, I mean, that's
try-
always the number one issue, is good people, finding and retaining good people. We cannot, and we never should attempt to compete with the big cities.
No, we can't.
No, but we discussed this. In our hiring, we can focus on hopefully a stable group that is more inclined to stay for whatever demographic reasons, that is more inclined to stay here. I mean, we could shop for that, and I think there's...
You can
we
focus,
talked
but
about-
again, I can't discriminate, and I'm going to go for the best
Well,
candidate.
I understand that, but we have some discretion in you picking, looking for stability in people, and there's things to look for.
Sure.
And, I think if we pay a decent wage and we screen, I think we can get somebody that's going to be here for a long time. And somebody good. We may have to pay a little more money. I'd rather spend it there than fool around paying a bunch of money on somebody to go through this book that we're living with as it is, and that we could put an intern on and say, here's what to look for, make your notes, let's see what we got, and then we can address it. As Deborah's indicated, we can pick at it and throw it on the list and get to it.
Deanna?
I think the role of the city manager is also the role of the manager of the employees. And we need to take his recommendation that if he feels that we need 2 full-time employees, that we should take that to heart. I think we're not adequately staffed here, quite frankly, to be a city. I come here at all times of the day, depending on what day it is, and the part-timers aren't working. I'll be quite honest with you, the interns have come and gone, and I have just learned their names, and next thing I know, they've gone back to school. So I'm not quite sure how good they were, and if they really gave us any value for whatever we paid them or didn't pay them. We have some that are paid. But I think the council shouldn't micromanage how he needs, what his needs are as far as employees are. One thing I can say is if he hires somebody and we don't like him, I guarantee you, or her, that he's going to hear from us. But every time I'm asking for tasks to be done, I don't get any of them done. And the answer has been because we don't have enough help. That's been the answer since I've been on the council. And I look around and I try to see what everyone's role is. And I got to trust the city manager. If we don't trust him to tell us what he needs to run this, then maybe we have to look at the city manager. And I don't mean that rudely, but that's what I think our role has to be. Just like, I'm going to use the example, I had the treasurer of the foundation say we need an audit, and everyone turned around and said, no, you don't. Well, we had to trust the man that he said, I need to have an audit. If he thinks he needs 2 full-time employees, let's give that to him. As far as finding someone who's going to stay here over 3 years, it's not going to happen. This is a small city. It's a great stepping stone. It really is a great stepping stone to go to a bigger city. So I don't...
Depends on who he hires. I mean, if he hires somebody that's local and his, husband's working, kids are gone, maybe a little older person, they're not going anywhere. They're going to stay. I have one of those. I just hired one.
Right, but this city hasn't had one of those.
Right. They would have to move toward that.
I don't see that happening. I think I need to put a little faith into his request.
And I also think that it's not so bad having these folks come in and out of here, that they actually can see that a city can streamline its operations. And they don't have to keep adding on and on and on. I think that's what the value you bring, Jared, is that you're actively with everybody here, trying to streamline things, make it easier on the residents, primarily, and yourselves as well. So I believe that if you think this is the way to go, we should heed your advice. And then, of course, the time's going to come that folks will leave. There always are. And at that time, you can reassess. I agree with Councilwoman Tassanelli.
Thank you. No, I do appreciate
that. And I'm not looking to break our bank, and I don't think $10,000 is a stretch for us. Done properly, code enforcement, fines and assessments. We've said it earlier tonight, you could pay for that position with the $59,000 assessment. We don't want to do that, but I think it would really address a number of issues. Code enforcement, we can tackle a number of these cases. It's not a glamorous job, but it's all the documentation that goes behind it.
Well, Jared, we spent at least a few hours trying to drill down in this whole thing. We looked at outside companies to do that, and they really weren't viable and didn't do a great job. And so I agree with Councilwoman Fascinelli and Councilman Mills. I think we looked at all the options, and I'm willing to support your decision on this as well. I feel like we've already been down this path on a bunch of different ways, and this really is not a bad way. So,
the only thing I might add is that you have some metrics to measure how well it's going. You need to establish that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So if there isn't any more comments, I'd ask for a motion.
So move.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, come on up. I'm sorry. I should have opened it up to the public.
It's kind of
not a lot of public lecture.
It's getting late. I'm getting tired.
It's kind of already passed, but you have this horrendous overhead on these employee benefits. You got a guy there, you're going to give him $35,000, you're going to pay 20 benefits. Pay a guy 60, 20 is only 30%.
Yeah.
I was looking through the.
We look at the total comp.
Yeah, I looked at there was a payroll figure there. The payroll was $13,000, and there was 11,000 employee benefits, just the last payroll.
Yeah.
It's just out of this world.
Welcome to government.
Welcome
to government.
Hire contractors and fewer people.
Yeah.
Full-time people, and get a good guy. My wife just left the city of Tustin a couple of years ago. She was the administrative secretary there.
salaries they're talking about are 50% more than you guys are talking about. I mean, they bring them in at, 50, 55. A lot of people there are making 90,000 a year, just workers, so you're in a real handicap on trying to hire good people. Because
We're not supposed to tell them that.
That's why they don't last here that long.
Well,
I'm just trying to understand, frankly, what the item of controversy here is. I'd like to just pin it down. I mean, on the assistant issue, I think that makes all the sense in the world. I think we should have stability. If we have to pay some more for it, we pay some more. But there ought to be some stability in that position. We ought to strive to get somebody. We should strive to get someone who fits a demographic for stability.
We're going to do that.
We do what we have to do. So that doesn't seem to be, I don't think that's a bone of contention here. I think everybody's onto that.
No.
So what are we really talking about? What is the issue here that the disparity exists on, so I can make a logical decision?
It's the second position. Jared, do you want to explain that a little more?
It's the assistant planner code enforcement officer position. Two options that I see happening based on a recruitment process. Assistant planner code enforcement officer, we have an internal candidate who would be great for this. He's been here for the city for a year and a half, and I think he's well liked. Tyler, I think he's well liked by council and the community. I would open up recruitment for the management assistant. This management assistant, again, would address a number of the communication issues that I've heard throughout the community, as well as, the city clerk duties and some other things. If the associate planner code enforcement position do not check out, nobody's interested in it, or the candidates that we get off the recruitment process aren't viable, we think are only going to be here for 6 months before they're looking for the next job, then I'd shift and go over to a management analyst, bring in somebody at a little bit more money, and hope we find another Ryan.
And it's like Deanna said, with the interns, they kind of come and go. We do pay the interns $10 an hour up to 1,000 hours. Is that correct for you?
Currently, yes.
Okay, that's what we pay. So they both paid. We're not going to have those anymore. So this is kind of in lieu of, and now we have more stability, which is good because it is always lightly staffed there. So I think it's a good decision.
So the contemplation is we're going to use the other person to monitor these nuisance issues and to play with cleaning up our code. And how much of that do we have? How much ongoing nuisance do we have? And how much do we need to mess with this code? I guess those are the questions in my head.
We have a lot more code enforcement with the newer council, that's for sure.
I mean, our CDC meetings are lasting 4 hours just talking about codes.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, and sometimes we're having 2 and 3 a month. I mean, it's just...
Then again, I mean, their job, it's other duties as assigned, essentially. That's the job description here. The position would work closely with Michelle, would work closely with Akram. So, I mean, there's enough to fill your time here for sure. Potentially, they can seek out more grants. One thing I'd like to do is seek out more grants for medians so we can line Taft Avenue from Santiago to Center Street.
So there's more to this than pursuing these nuisance actions and looking through the code.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all I heard.
It's other duties as assigned. I mean, it could be a number of things. Essentially, it's just another couple bodies in here full-time to do the work. So I'm not getting up at the counter every
you're losing the interns,
hour to talk
and
to
Ryan's
somebody.
gone. So it's legitimate. It is.
Well, I
And
gotta
in 2
say,
to 3 years,
I have to rely on Jared. I agree with, I agree with Deanna. I gotta rely on Jared. I don't know, I don't spend enough time down there. I got my perceptions on some of these specific issues, like the nuisance and the zoning, but I don't have a big enough picture. I gotta rely on Jared's input, so that's where I sit.
Communications would be key. I spent about 2 hours today trying to get our live streaming.
Mike's up. I spent about 2 hours today in the back trying to get our live streaming functioning again. I mean, is that the best use of my time? Likely not for the 4 people that probably watch it online and on demand. But it's little duties like that that I can just shell out and get away from.
Don't let Bill hear you say that.
Right?
All right, did someone
I
make a
think
motion?
we hit about 12
Okay,
people.
I'll second the motion. Jared?
So, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pauly.
No, and my objection is that we are back where we were starting from, where we're expanding the size of government.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Well, I guess I don't really have to vote now, do I? Don't we have 3 already?
Yep. It makes no difference.
I'm gonna vote for it, but I'm gonna do it I am gonna do a reservation for the same reason Deborah commented. I hate to grow this, but you know what? You do have to rely on staff, so I'm gonna vote for it.
Wonderful.
I just hate piling more people in here, but
Can't think of a manager on the planet that wouldn't want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many more? Nobody.
They got budgets.
Well, I guess
All right, well, we're
we'll have
moving
to
on.
watch it and see how
We're
it
making
plays
a
out.
budget adjustment
I've got a
on
pillow
this.
to hit at home. Wow.
$23,000 differential.
Next, item 18 is an item regarding the condition of City Hall's interior that Councilwoman Fasenelli and Mayor Pro Tem Barnett added to the agenda. Council members, please.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll start. The place is a mess. It's primarily my take on this is the bathrooms, quite frankly. After spending so much money on the facade of this building, to walk in here and use those restrooms, it's atrocious, and it does not look well for this city. We're not looking for the Taj Mahal, and we're not looking for gold toilets in any shape, way, or form, but it does need some updating. And as far as in here goes, what happened was, again, last Sunday, I came in here to pick up my mail, and there were 2 very large stains on the carpet. And something had spilled. I looked around, I saw the tables hanging out over here, I saw some trash over here, I looked at the walls, they were all banged up, when no one's in here and it's empty, and I went, wow, it needs some cleaning up. So I took it to Jared and I said, we need to do something. And coincidentally, the next day he said that, Councilman Barnett had come in here and
He chimed in.
there had been something, go wrong with the bathroom, and you chimed in, and it was like, whoa, it must be time. So, it's time.
So we're talking about carpets and bathrooms, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carpets, bathrooms,
How
painting.
much dough are we talking about?
It's tough to estimate.
Estimate bathrooms, how fancy do we want to get? What I called the VP handyman, Mike Adray, down, who did the tile work in our front office, to give us a quote of the tile work in the bathrooms. If we do something that simple, I think this tile work maybe cost us a couple $1,000, so a couple $1,000 in the bathroom. The issue there is, I recall the sewer piping is broken or deteriorated. So we'd get that camera, and if we can reline it, I'll reline it. But if it's broken, then I'd actually seek to replace that, because this is where we're getting the cockroaches that are coming up from. Yeah, we'd put a new filter cap on so they can't exit, slap on some new paint here. You can see along the perimeter of the walls where the tables like this just lean up against and chip away at the paint. I'd look to where the trash cans have an enclosed container. I'd really love an enclosed container for the tables and for the chairs, so we don't have to lug them in and out every meeting, and so they're not an eyesore sitting against the back wall. We saved money on the air conditioning that we talked about a couple months ago. I think council allocated up to about $30,000 to replace that. We called in a couple companies, and they repaired it for under $2,000. When they installed it, whoever installed it replaced some switches and had them flip-flop backwards. So this thermostat actually controlled our front office, and our office thermostat controlled in here. It was a nightmare. So out of that $30,000, we only spent $2,000. Let's just shift some of that over and do some maintenance, clean up around here. We have a pot of money from our chamber rent fee that we collect, which is about $5,000.
Wow.
A balance. This is perfect for that. We'll spend that in here, replace the carpet. We have the carpet clean the night before, Monday night, so last night, the night before our council meeting. There's probably already 5 stains in here. We'd look to get hotel carpet, something that's not tan and will show these stains. We'll get something that can hold up a little bit. Carpet in the new front office, if you see it, it looks like the ocean with a bunch of ripples. We'd replace that or stretch it out, and maybe spend 20 grand worth of improvements. I'm not sure. I haven't quoted out or estimated it.
If
A little
if
couple
I can
$1,000
make-
things here and there.
Let me make one more comment. What I also saw is that I know that we have a lot of people that come in and out of here, and they do use the facilities. And I recognize that I don't necessarily think that they respect the room. And that means, I mean, our own residents who are also renting it. They're not respecting the fact that this is City Hall and that we do use it for business. And it's something that maybe what I suggested to him, that we need to come up with an updated rules and regulations if they're going to use the room. And I'll give you an example on the Halloween Fest. Halloween Fest is going to come in here, and they're going to take the colored pieces of paper that the kids do at school, and they're going to tape them along the wall. And I love the colored pumpkins that they do, but they can't tape them along the wall. I mean, the poster boards, they can bring in posters, but to tape them, you don't tape, you know.
They can use the blue painter's tape,
Yeah,
but they don't.
They don't. So that's when I say respecting, and it doesn't mean that, I don't mean that they want to ruin the room. It's just
happens,
collectively
yeah.
over the years. So.
One other observation, Jared, I think there's some other money available. Bill had chimed in that there are some fees available to do this cleanup as well. There's a surcharge or a $1 permit fee or something.
600. It's a new assembly bill, 1811 maybe. That's state enacted last year, and it's a dollar surcharge tacked
For
onto
every
every
permit.
business license that we issue for ADA awareness. Michelle's telling me we have about $200 in that account. So we have money, it's just, there's not enough.
It's insignificant, okay. Well, then let me just throw my 2 cents as to why I put this on. Because 3 out of the 4 times I used the restrooms in here, there was cockroaches visiting with me. I went in the other day, the tile's broken, the toilet's sitting up in the air, and you can see underneath the toilet. I mean, it's gross. And it's like going into a poorly maintained gas station somewhere, and it's just unacceptable. That has to be fixed. If the sewer's broken, we can't have City Hall with a broken sewer with cockroaches climbing all over the place. That just doesn't work. So it's got to be fixed. This other stuff's a little more discretionary. It's not too expensive. We certainly should fix the carpet in here. If somebody's going to trip on it, it looks terrible. Not a huge cost. So that was my thought, and that's why I put it on.
Can I chime in a little bit?
Go ahead. You get a cockroach.
Thank you. I appreciate it, the opportunity. Well, you know what? This room we just redid, so it's a little upsetting to me, or it seems like it was just done, that it has been treated the way it has been treated. I mean, this thing keeps getting bashed up, and I know it's already been repaired once. Our city seal on our lectern has had to be done. These chairs are all scuffed up because the height of these chairs in relationship to the height of this dais is not, and never was, working out. I don't agree with replacing our executive chairs. You could still sit in them. We never did the carpet up front when we did everything else, and it is actually probably a trip hazard. So, and when you do it, you're talking about moving everything out so that the carpet can be put down properly. So your timing on that is going to be an issue as well. Is it going to be over Christmas break or something like that? Then that needs to be done because it wasn't done the first time.
Right.
It's cheap to paint the walls, but it doesn't do any good if we don't do some of the things you've already discussed. The tables are still going to be leaned against it. We instituted the cleaning fee at the time, and I'm not dinging the Rotary, but they are the worst offenders with their coffee spilled all over.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're outnumbered on this one.
I know it's true.
I know, it's actually not.
But they have paid the lion's share of the cleaning fee, and aren't they paying the most?
Rotary pays the biggest contributor is the 7:30
AA.
meeting. Rotary pays $25 for a cleaning fee every meeting, so they meet here 4 or 5 times a month. It's $100 or $125.
Yeah.
AA, I believe, pays quarterly, and they're about $350 or $60 quarterly. Something like $50 and then $2 per meeting. So I'd say AA is a big contributor. BNI, Business Networking Group, is a big contributor. They meet Wednesdays for lunch, and then the 7:30 AA meeting.
Well, I don't know if you're going
Those
to
are
be able
daily
to...
though, right? except,
Those are daily.
Yeah, those are every day.
Every day.
And they've done a good job, you know, you made it really clear to them,
Good or
don't go
bad?
throw cigarette butts in our fake grass, and they haven't, because that was a big concern for me, that they would start burning our fake grass. So maybe, you know, a letter would be a really great thing to send to these groups, to the presidents of these groups. I think that's one way to start. I don't think that this carpet is really a priority right now. These walls are not a priority right now. The bathrooms, however, have never been done, and I think they are a priority. And I'd like to put my 2 cents worth in on new doors, handles, and better locking mechanisms. I've always felt very I brought this up way back when Ken Domer was here. And it took me 2 years just to get a hook to hang my purse so I didn't have to put it on that grody floor. You don't put a Fendi on a floor like that. But, you know, it's like, I'm sorry, but it's true. Anyway, so I would say if you're looking at priorities, the bathrooms get first hit.
Could we ask the Friends of the Library to contribute a small amount, since the library
uses
those restrooms?
Everybody in the community uses it.
I mean, not a lot, but I mean, would it be
I would think that it would be
appropriate
appropriate to approach all of the primary organizations in this city and see if we can get contributions toward that. That would mean the foundation, the Women's League, you know, the Friends of the Light, all of the primary organizations say, this is what we'd like to do. We need to redo the bathrooms. Somebody came forward and redid our...
We don't even really know the cost yet. It might not be that bad.
No, I mean,
I think to do it
the bathrooms
properly,
are
it's
pretty
going to
bad.
cost you a little bit. It's not an industrial warehouse bathroom, Brad. We're going to, a decent
Go
bathroom.
in there, there's wallpaper in one of them, and then this old 4-inch tile. I mean,
Here's the problem.
We don't
As
need
soon
the
as you
Taj
start
Mahal,
opening
but-
it up, you're going to see what all you really have.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be way more than you think.
it sounds like you need
It's
to
scary.
look at the plumbing part first.
The plumbing's a major issue here.
Yeah.
The plumbing, you have
Maybe
a,
we should have Jared go off and get some bids, and then...
That's fine.
There's a plan.
Why don't we pass the, let's give them 20 grand and
Yeah.
No.
prioritize
No.
it back here.
No,
No.
we're not just going to get, I think that,
No.
We should budget.
from my perspective, the front office carpet, yes, it's a trip hazard, it wasn't done originally. And the bathrooms have never been done the whole time I've been here either, so I think we start there. You can use your $5,000 that we've built up for the cleaning fee, that was always the purpose. So if you can replace the carpet for $5,000, great. If you can also paint the walls, great. If you can't, you wait and save the money up. That's where I'm coming from. That was always the purpose, was to maintain this room.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, the priority is the restrooms and the carpet over here, but, you know, unless somebody wants to keep moving on here, I'm going to move
No.
that we
I-
approve
that's-
this with
No.
the $20,000 budget
No.
so that they can start working on that stuff.
I have...
That's my
yeah.
motion.
Nope, I think
I'll
we need to,
second that.
I think we need to come up with a plan and get some bids. That's what I think, before we start,
Well, I got a
The money
motion
out.
out there.
well, okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
I
Greg?
had some discussion before the motions, and I think that we need to take care of storing these chairs and these tables, because this is the main problem we have in this whole room, and why it looks so tacky every time it comes in here, and people need to put that stuff back. And if they don't get their money back, or whatever else you need to charge them for it. It's up to you. You have that discretion, Jared, to add on or tag on to those fees that they have. So there's nothing wrong with that. Because that, I mean, it looks terrible the way it is. It's like Deanna and Brick both said, you walk in here when nobody's here and you don't have the skirts on the tables, it looks like, I don't know, looks,
Normally, they're thrown up here.
yeah, nobody's all throwing around everywhere.
Yeah.
So,
This room's an insignificant portion and a lower priority, and there's some money here. So I think the bathrooms and the carpet are what I'm focused on.
But I think we need to find out, what the scope of the work is that we want to do. Come up with, like we did when we did the chambers. We didn't just throw money at it. We
Yeah.
came up with a plan, and then we figured out what it was going to cost, and then we
Well, I
went out.
think, but we're
Went out to
giving them a
bid.
limit. We're saying, hey, you
Yeah,
got to
sure.
do this job with this amount of money.
I
And
don't
20,
think that's-
you gave them 30 grand for an air conditioner.
I think we'd be fine.
Good point.
but he had,
Yeah, I mean, just like that. And we all voted on that.
Yeah, but an air
You can come back
conditioner,
and report. can come back with a
look at what we were
And-
putting
and-
up with.
And he came back and fixed it for
$2,000.
$2,000. So we're
a great job.
saying, do all of this
Segregate that.
for 20.
Sewer, 'cause
You could do it for 12, so be it.
And start back here in the bathroom,
Yes.
move into the carpet over here, and then this is the last item of priority in this room.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
You're right, they're probably.
Actually, I disagree with that. This is the lowest priority because this is one of the key impressions people have when they come into the city.
Yeah, but this is okay. That's terrible, and the toilets are broken, so.
It has lost some of its luster from when it was first done.
I think the toilets need to be fixed, but this, it's embarrassing
I
to
wish
have
those
that much
tables could
money
be
on
stored
the
somewhere
outside
in
and
the
have
back,
this look like
probably.
this.
Seriously, it just needs to
I-
be re-cleaned
I-
up.
People are just abusing it.
There's a motion out there in a second.
There is a motion and a
Okay,
second.
then let's vote on
Garrett,
it.
there's a motion
Yeah,
and
all
a
right, we have a
second.
motion and a second.
Just before you vote, there may, I mean, depending upon, I don't know how much it costs to fix a sewer, I mean, we may need to publicly bid certain things once we investigate it, under the code, because we're just, if it's over 20,000, it's, has to be bid, so.
But he's got a budget and a priority pecking list, and he can come back.
Well, but he may then. is what I just-
Right.
Yeah,
And here's the thing.
Sewer's broken, we may be putting more
That's a
money
big,
in.
that's a bigger issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councilwoman Polly is absolutely right. I mean, the carpet out here, we would likely do over Christmas.
Yeah.
When we're not here, because you'd have to gut the place.
Well, sure, I understand that.
Right.
Right.
Also, Jared, is there anything else that needs to be repaired while you've got everything up in there?
See, this is the problem.
This is the problem
You
with,
want to go down that path, absolutely.
well,
No, but
then,
you
end up
have a
going
trip
down-
hazard in there right now.
well, I mean, if you're going to take it all up, I mean, now's the time to do it, and then, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to generate a wish list and we'll see what happens.
I think you have a priority list. I think Rick's pretty well spelled it out.
Bathrooms are number one. It's
Yeah,
carpet,
it is.
His
you know,
bathroom's gotta be
And
fixed.
then get the bids, get it in. I mean, it's going to take you a while anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
I think you should
And I think you should, you
get the bids and come back. I think we're going to want to see what's being done with the bathroom, don't you? Just like we did with the
No,
council
I
chambers.
think that we hired him that he can take care of it.
I
don't wanna remodel them, I mean, just
Bathrooms.
Yeah, I don't want to.
take down some of the old
We're not
Time
tiles.
have a budget
micromanaging it.
allocation, and if he needs more, he
Yeah.
can come. He's got an assignment, he's got a budget, and he's
Talk
got a
about it.
pecking order. If he needs more, he can come back.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay, there's a motion and second.
To approve a budget adjustment up to $20,000.
To do,
Restrooms, public restrooms, replace or reline the main sewer, new tile, paint fixtures. The fixtures go to that, and then new front office carpet. Those are priority
And
one and priority
leftovers
two.
in here.
Leftovers in here. Mayor Pro Tem Barnett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Polly,
no, this is really slipshod the way this is being done, no.
Councilman Mills,
No.
Mayor Reese.
Yes. All right. Item 19, it is now time to hear individual council member informational items, starting with Councilwoman Fasenelli, please,
Okay.
if you have any reports to share.
I'll just let you know what the month was. I attended the concert in the park, which was the Beatles. I think the foundation put a tremendous effort into that event, and it was
Yes, that was a blast.
extremely
That was fun.
well-received by the residents.
Yep.
I wish I could have come
So,
to that.
Yeah,
that was
I think
wonderful.
that was good.
And you got it for
That was good.
free. For those of you who go to the Laguna Playhouse, you can pay for it to see it there with a different band, but it's quite interesting. On August 12th, I attended the foundation meeting, and they have a dog adoption coming up again on October 19th. I've mentioned that before. They are looking for volunteers who want to be on the board of directors, and anybody who wants to head up an event. Anybody who knows anyone, please give me a call. August 13th, I went to the Serrano Water Board meeting. There's nothing new to report there, other than they did hire a new plant manager. They'll be having a meet and greet with the city council sometime prior to October. And on the 19th, we had a CDC meeting, and on the 21st, we've got all the schools that started. Enrollment is up. I don't have the final numbers yet. We're just getting geared up to have our committee meetings, and at the next council meeting, I will let you know how many more students are enrolled in the schools in the city of Villa Park. That's it.
I'll make mine real
Wonderful.
quick. I attended a fire authority meeting. I asked them to agendize a salary survey to determine what it would cost to acquire fire staff from the private sector. They agreed to basically do that. I got a letter the other day indicating the executive committee didn't like the idea, and so it's going to be interesting. Anyway, go ahead, Brad, I'm done.
Thank you. On 7/24, I had an Orange County Sanitation District meeting, and we are continuing working on a 5-year plan. Other than the Beatles and HR junk and this and that, that's about it.
HR junk.
Yes, stuff.
Okay, on July 30th, I was invited to attend the Friends of the Library postmortem on their 5K, 10K run. They brought everybody together to kind of talk about some of the issues. That attendance was way down. Last year, we had 700 runners, and that's what they were planning for, but this year we only had 455, which was a huge drop-off. Part of that is they have a brand-new guy in charge of the run, kind of was changing the feel from the community event for really serious racers, and that scared a lot of the people who just wanted to walk with their kid in a stroller people away. So they kind of beat that up, but they're looking for volunteers to get involved for next year already, and they've already just jumped right in to prepare for next year. So if anybody's interested in helping the Friends of the Library, I know they'd welcome that. On August 2nd, I ran through the Friends of the concert in the park too, and it was just such a great feel. I mean, people were showing up with their lawn chairs and their kids, and my church was out there selling fish and chips, and they were all happy, and people were just having a really nice time. I thought it was terrific. On August 9th, I joined Brad at the Orange County Fair for Villa Park Day, mostly because it's the first time it's ever happened. The new Fair Board has instituted a new plan where each day of the fair, a different city has a day that's for them. And we shared ours with Tustin and Orange, so they kind of keep us all together as neighbors. And I did not know that our residents could get in for a reduced price that day, but that was their first year, and they're really looking to expand that next year, so residents should pay attention next year for a better and more expanded program for the city of Villa Park so that we can take advantage of that. And then I briefly popped into the beginning of the foundation board meeting on August 12th just to hear them deliberate on whether or not In God We Trust can be placed on bricks for their brick fundraising, and they agreed practically unanimously that yes, our national motto, In God We Trust, can be placed on bricks. So those residents who had their bricks rejected can resubmit and have their brick out on our entryway. But that's all. That's all.
Okay, I forget the exact day I went to the meeting on, it wasn't the same meeting you went to on the Friends of the Library. It was their first dress down of the race, and they were went through a lot of facts and figures about this newer organizer. And it seemed to me that, but they didn't discuss any numbers that you had about the 700 versus 450 at that point in time. So it seemed like that they were reaching out to the community for a lot more response from the Villa Park residents and also the greater Villa Park area. So I thought that was good. They seemed to be going on very well. Plus, Roland also resigned that day too.
Oh, Roland Wiedemeyer.
Yeah, okay. Also, on the 19th, of course, we had the CDC meeting, and also on the 22nd last week, I had the vector control meeting, and they are basically going to be called mosquito and vector control. They're starting to finally realize that people don't understand what vector means. Mosquitoes are the big thing here in the county, and they are starting to advertise that. You're going to see new things coming out. Plus, I don't know if a lot of folks understand how many houses in this town are served by vector control. There's a lot of elderly people here. I mentioned this last month, that do not take care of their backyards and their pools that are fallow with water that's green. So the vector control people they're building new ponds that they have at Hastor and the 22 is where their offices are. And so they actually raise a little fish that they stick in the ponds to eat all the mosquito larvae and the eggs. That's all these little guys do. So that's a good thing. The other thing is that the Girl Scouts are going to have a gold award ceremony on the 22nd, and we are invited. I said I would come to represent us. I asked Brad, and they want to know at least who from the council here is coming now. I called Jared about this, and we're going to arrange to have the 12 or 13 proclamations for each of the girls. This is an Orange Villa Park troop of older girls, of seniors, of Girl Scouts. This is equivalent to the Eagle Scout, and in some ways it's a lot tougher because of how they have to organize, and this is a big deal. There'll be proclamations for each girl from both cities. We don't care where they're from. We're just proud of them all. Also, I mentioned the coffins for the tables already. Also want to let everybody realize that the Southern California Edison, for all of the businesses we have here in town, they will come in and do assessments of their energy needs as well as houses here in town. And the reason I ran across it in my work, that you can get these types of analyses done for you free of charge from Southern California Edison. And it's a big deal because it can save you a lot of energy at your work or your house. And other than that, I think that's it.
Thank you, Greg. All right. Finally tonight, is there a report from the Villa Park team on any other items of interest?
Yes, I would like to update you on the sewer line project, our lovely project, which is, it is on Lincoln at this time, and we're getting close. We have 100 feet left on Lincoln itself to the manhole that we need to reach, so we're looking, we're anticipating that we'll have that section finished before the weekend. Okay. After the Labor Day, we'll jump into the green belt area, so we can make that connection in the green belt and also go into the intersection of Lincoln by Fitchin Ranch. So that might take about 6 to 7 days, working days, and after that we'll pave the street and we'll get out of the mess that we've been doing. One thing which we did that I think it worked very well, we changed the construction hours to start at 8 o'clock, from 8 o'clock to 4:30. That's after the morning bell for the school. So this way would not impact the school traffic in the morning. In the afternoon, we're maintaining one lane in each direction, and it's working very well. That is not holding any of the traffic, coming out from the school in there. And with that, it's, even though it's taking us longer than what anticipated, but it's, we're doing a project that it's really necessary to be done, and so at least that portion will be completed.
Akron, I have one question. When you do that connector at the Wanda Greenbelt down there, are people going to be able to get through down there? You're going to have to block that street off?
When we do the street, we'll do it in sections. So we'll try to maintain the traffic, but it would be, part of the street will be closed during that construction hours.
We still have one lane going though, right?
So we'll have one lane, at least one lane open, yes. And we'll have a flagman at that time to control the traffic.
Okay.
That section, yes. But we'll try to, we won't have any construction at 8 o'clock in the morning, so this way the school traffic will be going without any interruption. Okay. Anything else? Yep.
Okay, thank you, Akram.
I just briefly had one thing, and I've talked to you all before. So, Rattan was rehired. I was hired as city attorney in Irvine. They actually meet the same night as Villa Park, so I'm rearranging schedules and seeing what I can do. So I may sporadically be missing some meetings until I figure out planning-wise how to make it work. So you may see the assistant city attorney, Ms. Garibaldi, who's back from maternity leave. But just so everybody knows, I'm not leaving the city. I'm still here. I'm still a city attorney. Jared and I talk at least a couple times, a week, and I just have to figure out the scheduling issue. But if I'm not here, that's why.
Well, I'm sure you won't sacrifice us for a little place like Irvine.
Absolutely not.
You know where the priorities are.
And I'm very conscious of being recorded, but so I've been in Irvine for a couple weeks now, so I don't know why I said that. But Irvine, and they freely admit this, it's like you're working for a federal bureaucracy. Just the size of it, the corporate nature of it. everybody has to come to work in a suit every day. You know, it's very formal, it's very structured. Each of the council members has their own political staff, which is part of city staff. So it's a completely different, none of my cities I've ever worked in have been of that size, you know. Really, Yorba Linda's the biggest, and they're not like that. So it's very different for me.
Well, it's because it was run by Democrats as
Well,
the
I'm
council
not- let's
majority
not-
for a very long time. I
Wow,
think
right.
that might have something to do with it.
Okay.
Okay. If
Todd, I got to ask
You
you,
are now my boss, so I have no.
how big is the Irvine Bible?
The Irvine Bible is, sad. Actually, it's interesting, we were talking about going through the code. Every 10 years, about Irvine updates their code, and they hire an outside company. And I just got emailed like a 50-page sheet of, you know, the first chapter of updates, you know, so it's,
Oh, my gosh.
it's, you know, but it's interesting. I mean, Irvine has, I was talking with just their Parks and Recreation Department today. They have like, just under Parks and Rec, they have 18 different advisory commissions.
Oh, my
That they
goodness.
staff and they meet.
Crazy.
You know, senior citizen issues, field issues, that, I mean, it is a completely different beast. It's, I mean, more power to them. It's, you know, they have a lot going on. And then obviously the Great Park is a
The
huge.
Great Pork?
Well,
It's the
see,
master
now,
plan.
Deborah, come on now.
Master community.
No,
What?
they're my city. I got to stand up for them now.
That's right.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with these new proposals that are coming forward for the Great Park.
Very interesting. I mean, that's all very public, so there's a lot going on with that right now.
Okay.
Gonna go?
Jared, if
All
I
right. Thank you.
could, just
I'm not gonna
two
go to that.
quick
I'm not gonna
things.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
One, just because I love a good challenge and I'm a little competitive in nature. So tonight, we identified 4 items for you where we took CUPs out of the book, the Great Bible. I believe we have 4 more identified that will be coming forward. So we're going to be working with the CDC first to get some recommendations on how to address them, make sure that we're on target. But we should have 4 more. So 6 was the target. I'm going to try to exceed it by 8. So we're working hard there. Lastly, October is National Planning Month. And the Orange section of the American Planning Association is holding a competition for every city in our section to self-nominate a great place, space, or event that takes place in your community for recognition. So I am welcoming anyone in our community to come up with what they feel is kind of their great place, space, or activity that really identifies Villa Park. And certainly we have many of them to consider. So give me your ideas, and that goes to the audience that's not watching anymore, I'm certain now, but when you see this back another day, please let me know, and we want to make sure that Villa Park is represented.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, with that, we will adjourn. Our next regular meeting will be on Tuesday, September 24th at 7 p.m. here in the council chambers. Thank you and good night.
Hey, Brad, the Drive Boat Parade that you, remember you were interviewed by that travel